Alright, I think I should be live. My OBS was being a bit weird, so I had to reset some things. Um, Let me just open up my chat and ideally not have the sound on. Okay. We are almost ready to start, but I might as well wait a little bit for people to tune in. I'm gonna plug in my phone to be able to read the chat and not run out of battery or something like that. And then we will be ready to start. I do have to do one thing, I think, here, which is that last night when we finished part 1, we were here and we got Sten's sword Asala, but then I realized that I had a mod, a particular tweak in Dain's fixes that turns Asala's material from steel to silverite. And my whole plan for Sten's build for this challenge was for him to use his own special sword based on the vanilla stats being with it being made out of steel. So I deleted that particular part of the tweak from Dane's fixes, but we will have to reload an earlier save just for a second and go and talk to Qwinn again. It's thankfully we had this save from the village chantry, which isn't a very long time ago, so we don't have to do very much. Hold on, let me turn on the game's music maybe a little bit higher for you all, just so you can hear something from the game. Maybe a little bit of sound effects like this. Still gonna leave the dialogue out, the voices, just because I think it would get confusing for me to talk over various NPCs saying stuff or people or enemies saying stuff in combat and stuff like that. Let's just get Morrigan here. Gonna do a little save. And we're gonna get Sten's sword, and this time, hopefully, it's gonna be made of steel. It should be. So we are looking for a Qunari sword. I don't know. Let's try to see. Sure. I'll give him 100 silvers. I don't mind. But it is useful to have him fighting with us in the village. Wait, no, I think okay. I think he gave us the key to this chest. Wait, didn't he? Hold on. Hold on. For some reason, the quest didn't update, so I think I have to do it again. I don't know if the mod broke something, but we might have to just kill Qwinn. Did he give us the sword? He gave us the key to the chest? He didn't. What is he giving us? Oh, okay, he did give us... Okay, never mind. I'm gonna reload. Okay. I forgot that Sten's sword is initially a gift that you have to give Sten. My bad. My bad. Okay, let's do this one last time properly. Talk to Qwinn. We are going to tell him that we're looking for a Qunari sword and give it to Sten before things get ugly, and then I will try to change his mind. Not working. And I'm just gonna hire him for 100 silvers. 100 silvers is pretty cheap. Like, 1 gold is not that big of a deal. Just because it does help, you know, I don't know how powerful my team is at this point. It would help to have a couple of people helping us out, let's say. So let's give Sten sword and hope that this time it's made out of the proper steel that it's supposed to be. Hi, Alejandro. Thank you. Good luck on your challenge. Thank you very much. For now, I think we're okay. For now, we are fairly early in the game, so it shouldn't be that difficult, but the challenge will probably get more difficult as we go on, because obviously enemies are going to enemies are going to get tougher. We are not really going to get very much tougher than this. Like, there are a few items that might make our life a bit easier, but not very many, if you know. It's worth giving Sten the extra strength, maybe? That would make him have 25 strength. I don't actually think that that's worth giving him the belt. And I think Constitution's probably better, at least for now. We will see. We will see. Alright. And now it's just a matter of doing the Redcliffe preparation quest. I'm not actually going to do all parts of it. Like, for example, those flaming barrels, those oil barrels, tend to actually make the fight a bit harder for you because your party's probably gonna want to go in and fight the undead, and you're gonna have to wade through flaming barrels, which is not entirely beneficial, let's say, to say the least, you know. Let us go and pick up a few things that we can pick up. Not very many things around town. This is, since this is such an early area, it doesn't really have very good loot. I don't think I want to do the quest that gives me the green blade, because the green blade is kind of sucky. And I don't really think we want these locked chests from around the village either, because they also are probably gonna just have like elf fruit or a deep mushroom or maybe a health poultice or something. Not worth picking up. Okay. What can I do to help? We're gonna talk to Qwinn. Okay, we're gonna talk to him. And we're gonna tell him to okay, we are going to save his daughter. I don't care that Morgan and Sten disapprove, that's just kind of dumb. I will tell him about this trapdoor. It's not good equipment by any means. It's rough leather. It's just iron, an iron axe and a dagger and a shield. But we can sell it. Might as well. Let's just see if I have something really cheap like this axe and this dagger. They're very, very cheap. I'm keeping the balanced greatsword just because it doesn't have a strength requirement. But otherwise, you know, I'm selling other stuff that is extremely cheap like this, like 5 gold, 3, not gold, silver, 3 silver, not worth keeping. He doesn't have anything particularly good now, but um, he will have the Boots of Diligence, which are some of the best heavy armors, and something that I think my Warden will be able to wear later on after we get the Fade fonts from Lost in the Fade, but I'm not going through all of the Fade quest, of course. Am I playing on the hardest level? No, I am playing on normal difficulty because I know for sure that this challenge is just going to keep getting harder and harder as it goes on. But I am going to try and stay on normal difficulty for as long as possible. I did the same thing with my previous challenge with the NPC items only, and that's kind of, for most challenges that are this difficult, normal difficulty is kind of the best that you can do. But for other challenges, like for example, I'm going to do a challenge that's like a no magic run, where I'm not going to use any spells or magic or any enchanted items. That one's fairly easy, that one's much easier. So that one I can do on hard or nightmare difficulty, but this challenge is way too hard, so we have to do it on normal to even stand a chance of being able to finish it. So we told Owen, we persuaded Qwinn, and we need to talk to Sir Perth. I will just change my party a little bit because Morgan and Sten just kind of dislike talking to these people here. I think we can also actually steal a bunch of things with Liliana from the NPCs that have yellow names. So I think we're going to do that. In just a second before we start the actual sort of like defending the village part of this quest. But there was also an elf root. I mean, you know, it's not amazing, but it's something. One of my cats did a little meow behind me. I don't quite know what she wanted, but she said something. Is there any point in going to the tavern? I don't actually care about persuading someone to give, persuading the guy to give stuff to the militia, but I think I might want to just take a look inside here. No one here has a yellow name, so they're not really worth stealing from. But we might be able... Yeah, we're gonna get health poultice here. An ale might be good for Ogren later on, and I will also pick up these elf roots. Flasks here are fairly cheap, so this is a place where you can get flasks fairly cheaply. I will, in a second, ask Morrigan to craft a few lesser health poultices for us before we start the night. Just because we only have 26 at the moment, and we might go through a few of them. It's best to be prepared before we actually start the fight. Let's talk to Sir Perth. I should have things that give cunning equipped on Liliana. Unfortunately, that's pretty much all that there is at this moment. We're also going to pick the Andraste's Grace, which is another nice gift that you can give to Liliana. There's a lot of gifts you can give to Liliana, but it's also quite easy to make her like you, so getting gifts for her is not necessarily a priority. But let's get her to steal from Sir Perth before we talk to him. Okay, she got something. She got a health poultice. Not the worst thing, but not the best thing either. Health poultice is usable, but I was kind of more hoping for something that would be higher value that we could sell. But it is what it is. We're going to talk to Sir Perth. We can try to help him with the holy amulets. I'm not actually sure if I can convince the revered mother to give the knights holy amulets. But I do have both Alistair and Liliana. They may be able to help me talk to the revered mother. It's worth a shot. And we need to steal from Van Tegan anyway in the Chantry. Hi, Derek. He's saying, hope the challenge has been going well. I was wondering, does the Warden Commander armor from the Warden's Keep DLC have high requirements for this challenge? I personally always use the boots for the armor and 50 stamina. If you... I already remember when we did... Hold on, let me show you the saved games that I have here. Remember, I went to Soldier's Peak very early when I was still like level 5, level 6, to try to keep it at a low level to level lock the whole area. So because of that, I think that I'm going to be able to get the tier 2 or tier 3 armor set for the commander, for the Warden Commander armor, and I will probably be using that on either my character or on Sten. So yeah, it is possible if you get it at a very low tier. The Warden Commander armor set can be quite good. It has some pretty good stats, especially the chest piece has some good armor stats for kind of a damager warrior, like a two-handed warrior or something like that. So pretty useful. We will be using it, yeah. Let's steal from Van Tegan. Let's see what he's got going on. Another health poultice? Is all of these people just have health poultices everywhere? I guess they do. Okay, let's talk to Mother Hannah here. Hopefully we can convince her, but I don't know. Okay, Sir Perth needs holy protection for the knights. Okay, she didn't want to, but it is what it is. It's not bad. Again, as I said, at this early stage of the challenge, it shouldn't be too hard to be able to withstand the undead attack. I'm not entirely sure though, of course. Okay, we don't need Liliana. She stole from the people with... No, hold on. I didn't steal from Qwinn. Qwinn is also here. Okay, what did we get from Qwinn? We got an injury kit. That is actually... Like, a health poultice has like 16 silver, 50 copper. An injury kit is like 69 silver. That's very good. It's very nice. Okay. And then we're gonna put Sten and Morgan in the team again. And we're gonna go ahead and tell Sir Perth that we're ready to fight. This is pretty much all that I wanted to do in Redcliffe. We just need to fight the undead. I'm not sure that we can do the castle part of the quest because there's some very difficult fights against undead there. I think that I would like to get some better weapons with rune slots, so we just need to save the town first, and I think then we're just gonna try to leave. We'll see. We'll see if we can leave or not. I don't quite remember if... I don't think I've ever tried to leave immediately after defending the village. I think I've always tried to do at least part of the castle part as well. Okay, we are ready to make our stand. We are ready. Okay. It is time to do it. Kind of want to keep everyone in position here for now and let the undead come down to us. This is because otherwise the other people, the other NPCs here are not really going to fight until the undead sort of pass the barricades, I think. So it's worth just waiting a little bit before unleashing our own people. So now we can unleash our own people. I think I can hit these without hitting the allies. I can always heal them up. Like I did hit this knight with fire, but I can just heal them up. Having a healing spell is actually really useful here. If you are trying to do the thing of like having everyone still alive at the end of the night, and you're doing it on a higher difficulty, then one of the things that I could recommend is that you have not only a mage that has healing, but also, well, maybe I can freeze this corpse at least. Let my other allies do stuff while I kind of run around with Morrigan. So your mage shouldn't just have heal, your mage should also have the spirit healer specialization, and have the, I think it's not, is it cleansing aura? Yeah, I think it's cleansing aura, which also restores health to nearby allies, and those nearby allies can also be NPCs. Because for example, you can cast group heal to heal your entire party, but that's not actually going to affect the any allied NPCs like this. So the only two spells that you can actually have that affect that are cleansing aura and heal. I think you can also cast life ward on a particular character, and when they're gonna reach a low health percentage, like 30%, 33%, something like that, they're going to go back up. But honestly, at this point, especially because we don't have a lot of spells on Morrigan, she can pretty much be a heal bot, you know? She can just use up her mana mostly to heal. Oh, by the way, let me just add these lesser lyrium potions. I would rather not use them because I haven't gotten any lyrium dust to be able to make some of these. I did forget also, hold on, we're gonna just craft a few extra healing potions of these the lesser variety just to have. Does anyone need healing? Sir Perth a little bit. Okay. See, it's not that difficult. This point. Because at this point, the enemies aren't very much higher level than us. Technically speaking, our people are level 6, but that's not actually true. We only have level 1 stats and like a little bit of extra HP just because leveling up gives you like 5 points of health or something per level. Okay, let's go. We have to... I don't actually know if I'm going to be able to keep everyone alive here. Like, I'm going to do my best, but Murdoch just can die so easily, and we don't actually have... I'm going to try to heal him. Oh no, this militia guy, he's going to die. He dead. Yeah, it's possible. Like, I'm not going to reload just because this guy died. I don't really care. The only thing that you get as part of keeping everyone alive in the village is... It's really not that worth getting. Like, it's really not worth reloading or anything like that for that reason. If you want to do it as a challenge, sure, but, you know, as a challenge, the challenge here is finishing the game, which is going to get harder and harder as we go anyway, so I don't want to add to that challenge by saying, no, I have to reload here because I didn't save every single militia person. Frankly, sometimes I kind of wish that there was an option in the game to tell these militia people to just not come outside and to just hide in the chantry and to let you do the killing. Because it's actually way easier to defeat all of these undead if you're on your own. You know, and you don't need to have any militia people dying for this. Like, this is not that big of a group of enemies for you to struggle much. Wow, Murdoch has like a simple dagger. That's what he's fighting with. He could have told me. I would have given him like a bigger weapon at least. He could have given him the, Okay, he also has a bow, to be fair. He is also using a bow. Let's see, how's my warden doing? Maybe use this. There's a militia guy, let's heal him up. Okay, I think we have a nice group over here. Okay, dead. We can burn. Militiaman. He's a little heal. Just gonna burn these guys a bit. I will burn my dog also afterwards, so you shouldn't be too upset, hopefully. Okay. What else is kind of now? There's this militia person. Well, what has been my favorite challenge run I've done so far? Well, the only challenge run that I've completed so far is the one with NPC items only. And frankly, as choosing that to be my first challenge run, I think was kind of a bad idea, because that means that all of the challenges that I do afterwards are going to feel easier than that particular challenge, which when I got to the point of the Battle of Denim, I was kind of like, I don't know if it's possible to finish this. I only finished it with exhausting all of the Redcliffe knights and all of the dwarves, because there are very few items that you get from NPCs, or which NPCs tell you that you can loot, and especially, there are like basically no consumable items. Okay. So now I think that I can't necessarily say that I have a favorite challenge, because I only completed that particular challenge with the NPC items. I think one of my favorite challenges will be something like using only elven items or using only dwarven items. That's just like from a flavor perspective. It sounds kind of interesting, and I could also make it a little bit of a role-playing challenge to say you're a very dwarfy dwarf or you're a very elfy elf. I think those would be fun. I do also think that the challenge that I'm going to do with no magical items or enchantments, that one also kind of sounds fun, because it can also be a bit of a roleplay challenge of like someone who's very scared of magic and doesn't trust it. I think we're going to try to leave the village now. We're going to talk to Bantegan about the castle, and then we'll see if the game lets us leave. Because the castle part is kind of hard. Who is this woman? Isolde is so iconic. Okay. So what does it say? Hold on, let me just check here. In the Earl of Redcliffe, it just says, take the secret passage and find out what's really going on in Castle Redcliffe, but it doesn't necessarily say that I can't leave. I'm not sure. Let's just see, and if that guy comes to tell us that we can't leave, then I'm gonna assume it's gonna be the same, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe we can leave. I'm not seeing Thomas anywhere here, and he was the one who was talking, who usually came to be like, oh my god, why are you leaving our village? We're gonna be defenseless and we're gonna die. Okay, can we leave? Hold on. Before I leave, I'm just gonna save. I'm just gonna say Redcliffe saved from the attack. Okay, we have... what I wanted to try to do here now was maybe Soldier Speak and Honleith. At least these two, maybe also Ostagar, to try to get a few good items before we continue the main quests, because things get harder. Things do absolutely get harder. So let's go to Honleith. That one's pretty easy. That one is fairly simple. Not very complicated. And the enemies are not very difficult in Honleith. Like, Especially because we are at a fairly low level, but generally speaking, they're just not very difficult. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna burn my allies a little bit. Okay, hold on. Sten? Oh, Sten doesn't have that. I guess we're just gonna... Yeah, I was hoping that I could do a shattering combo. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Okay. We might be able to do a shattering combo in just a second here. No. We missed our window. We missed the opportunity. It's fine. At this point, I think because we've level locked all of the main areas fairly low, I don't think it matters as much if we level up. I'm not sure if some of the other areas, such as Denim during the lands meet, if those kind of reset the level to the one that you're at when you start the quest. I'm not sure if I should be avoiding certain fights and certain quests with that give me experience to try to stay at a lower level. Well, certainly the final battle will have an effect, so maybe we do still want to avoid certain battles. I don't think we can avoid anything here in Honleith. The only thing that we could avoid is killing the demon in the basement, but that requires finishing a puzzle, and I absolutely despise doing that, so I'm not going to do that. So I think we're just going to keep going as we are for now. And if at some point we need money, if at some point I need money to buy the Life Giver Ring or Ender's Blessing or certain runes, and I haven't been able to get enough money, then I'm probably going to do a few more side quests. I'm not sure which side quests are worth doing, but that's definitely something that comes later. Let's burn this guy up. And also freeze that guy. I'm gonna heal my character. Killed the first group of Darkspawn here, where we need to get the chest for that key. The key for that chest, excuse me. Because that has a very good dagger, which for now we're going to give to Alistair, but later we're going to give to Zevran. I'm not necessarily in a rush to recruit Zevran by finishing a main quest. I think I far more prefer to get the gear that we need right now, and we're going to pick up Zevran later. These fights shouldn't be too hard. I think the fights that would be a bit too hard for us right now would be the fights in Return to Ostagar, because there are some very high level enemies there. And particularly very high rank enemies there. So even if the whole area is at a lower level, unfortunately that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the enemies scale down with you. So the level ranges of the area, of each area, are kind of a suggestion, a general suggestion for most enemies, but certain enemies are going to be fixed at a higher level. Like for example, the Revenants in the game, all of them have I think they have a particular fixed level, or they have a very high minimum level, so that they always feel like a challenge no matter what level you're at when you fight them. You know, that is a bit of a problem, because that means that it's gonna be quite hard for us to kill those enemies, since we don't have the stats and the abilities that are kind of expected that we're gonna have at that level. I don't know. For now, it's not been bad, right? And I know that a lot of people are going to be like, well, why are you playing on normal difficulty? It's been fairly easy. I haven't seen you die or anything like that. Yeah, you haven't seen me die yet. This is the same thing that happened to me in the NPC items only challenge as well. In the very beginning, I actually started, I think, playing on normal. Then I bumped it up to hard for a few early levels when I was in Ostagar. And then after I finished Ostagar and I got to Lothering, I actually died to one of the bandit groups. So, you know, actually it's not easy. I had to turn it all right back down to normal and then even lower to easy um, a little bit later. So it's not fun. These challenges are deceptively easy at first, and then they just skyrocket. So I gave Alistair Olaf's prized cheese knife. It's a very nice upgrade. It's better damage than what he had before, which was this enchanted dagger. It has +1 armor penetration, and more importantly, it has 2 rune slots. We don't have very good runes right now. I have a Novice Frost rune and a Journeyman Lightning rune. This Expert Slow rune might as well not exist. I'm probably gonna just give that one away. I think I'm gonna side with the Templars in this playthrough. And well, in general, in most playthroughs, if you want a bit of help in the final battle, okay, if you want a little help in the final battle, if you want a tip just to make sure that... Oh, I should have put this in as one of my mods that I have. I do have Lockbash. But yeah, so in the final battle, if you want a tip for that, don't use mages. So even if you recruit them, don't call on them. Because they are going to cast fireballs on top of your entire party and onto themselves, and they are going to cause a lot more damage to you than they are going to cause damage to enemies, unfortunately. So, like, I thought I was doing a very smart thing when I got to the Alienage in the final battle during my gear from NPCs only challenge. Thought it was gonna be such a good idea because, oh, there were like some enemies behind a blockade and the mages could cast spells behind the blockade because they could just put their spells onto the enemies. No, they actually ended up fireballing each other and me, my entire party. So I just do not recommend using mages in the final battle. Maybe in a large area, like if you're gonna call upon them in the market district or something like that, maybe that's a place where they could do well, or maybe at the Fort Dracon entrance. There are a few places that are larger and they might be able to cast fireballs and other AoE spells at enemies, and you know, but remember anyway, if you're using them, and remember to keep your party at first at least away from the... Hold on, I can't target the emissary. Keep your party away from the enemies at least for a bit. Let's try to shatter him. Man, we could not shatter him, but thankfully we did a lot of damage anyway. Good. Just go in here. And I'm gonna heal Sten up real quick. I will... Oh, I didn't realize that Sten had fallen in battle a few times. I would have traveled to camp if I knew that, but it's fine. We'll be fine. Don't worry. I know this game quite well. Like, I've been playing it for 15 years. Playing it since 2010, I think I know a thing or two about it. We'll be just fine. Even if Sten has a few injuries. Going crystal. Yes, this should have a crystal for us, but that's pretty much it. Again, these crystals that I'm getting for Shale, I mentioned this in my first, in the first part, in the first live stream. Unfortunately, we can't use these. I may be able to use these chipped crystals. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get a small chipped fire crystal. That's the weapon slot for Shale. I haven't been able to find any of these, unfortunately, yet. But I think that that's the best that I can give her, just so that when she's going to be in the part of the final battle at the gates, she's going to be able to do at least something by having some fire damage against the Darkspawn, but that's the best that I can do. Unfortunately, at level, like, Shale doesn't have all of these extra slots for equipment that could give her stats. The small crystals and the large crystals are the only thing that she can equip, and she's either going to be able to have 18 constitution or 18 strength, not even both, so she can't even equip both crystals. Okay, let's go and find Amalia. We're going to kill the demon, which is also going to kill her, but it is what it is. I don't have the patience for puzzles. We're going to fight a few shades here. This fight can be a bit tricky, so hold on. We are going to try to get rid of the lesser shades first. And I'm going to attack this Dust Wraith. I will take Sten just for a second here to try to shatter it. It didn't work. Okay. I'm gonna help her take care of this. I'm gonna try to freeze this one again. Heal Sten. Let's see how Alistair is doing here. Perfect, perfect. He got rid of the small one. We're gonna get rid of this small one as well. And now we can get rid of this one. No problem. Yeah, you really have to get the small wraiths here, because they can be quite hard to get. We are going to... This ring is one of the best things that you can get for this challenge, because it gives you +2 strength and +2 dexterity. So we're going to put this in. The +2 strength is very good for equipping stuff that has higher strength requirements, and the +2 dexterity gives you a little bonus to your attack and to your defense. And in this playthrough, we're going to get all the little bonuses we can get. Like, we are not picky for this. I didn't realize I was wearing rough leather gloves. Wow, those suck. I'm sorry. I just noticed now that I had really shitty gloves. We are going to... I think I'm going to give the Wicked Oath so far to Sten. It's going to improve his armor penetration and his critical damage, which he does do, at least when you use the Mighty Blow, since it's an auto-crit ability. It deals critical damage, so, you know, just improve the critical damage a little bit while we get a slightly higher strength. Let me check. We got this, which is fire resistance, but we don't need fire resistance. That's the thing, like, I don't need... I planned little, at least parts of this challenge run out, and I realized that none of these chipped crystals are really worth it. Like, the only one that you would think, oh, maybe that would be worth it, would be the spirit one against the Archdemon's spirit abilities, but I'm not going to take Shale with me. She's going to be even worse than all of my other characters. So the only thing that's worth it is a damage crystal, and the best type of damage that you can have against Darkspawn, at least, because that's where she's going to get used at all, will be in the final battle, or a little bit maybe in the deep roads. So the best kind of damage is fire against Darkspawn. Ooh, perfect. Look at that. Look at that. We got a small chipped fire crystal. That is perfect. I will have to keep that in my inventory, equip it on Shale right away once we get her, and respecialize her so that she can have level 1 stats. Once we get that, we are all good. We don't make deals. Okay, we have to get... Same thing as before. We have to get these other characters first. I will freeze... That didn't work. That did not work. Hold on, let's try to freeze her again. Freeze her, freeze her, freeze her. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. And now I will try... Okay, I will try with my character to shatter her. Did not work. When someone is immune to fire, I'm not quite sure who is doing fire. Because Morrigan didn't do anything with fire, so someone in... Oh, maybe one of the other rage demons tried to cast a fire spell. Okay. Sten needs a potion. Damn it, Sten, he didn't get that potion quickly enough. Going to freeze. Last rage demon. We're gonna heal our character. And we should be in the clear. Okay, we are in the clear. We can just loot the demon and we can get out. Perfect. Now, we got the best helmet in the entire game, which also doesn't have any requirements. And it has a huge +3 to armor and +2 to all attributes. This is amazing, and we're actually going to see now, like with the Harvest Festival ring and the Helm of Hanleith, and of course these other things that give me +1 to all attributes, we already have 26 strength. With 26 strength, you can equip a few pretty good things, and we'll see that a bit later. I don't actually think I want to change the Lion's Paw yet into something else, into different boots. So we're gonna keep the Lion's Paw for now, just because it has a 10% dodge chance and +10 missile deflection, so that's very, very good. But we will give Sten this helmet now. It has more armor, it gives him +2 constitution, which is +10 health, and it gives him mental and physical resistance, which can help him resist certain effects from spells and enemy abilities. Let's see what he's wearing here. Oh, he could be wearing the Ancient Elven boots for now, because they have better armor than what he had before, and they also give him +1 constitution, which is +5 health. The Court of Shattered Dreams is not really good. It just gives you willpower, which is just +3 willpower is +15 mana or stamina, and +10 mental resistance is really not good. And of course, we have the Sash of Forbidden Secrets, which is a DLC item. It's just way better. I don't think Morrigan needs any gloves at the moment. I might give her these Dalish boots just for the extra defense for now, and we'll see. I am considering at some point... I was considering giving mages some melee weapons or something, but mages just have very poor stats otherwise, and like unless you have them specifically the Arcane Warriors, they are very bad at fighting with regular weapons. So I don't know if Morrigan would have any better, any better utility or usefulness in terms of combat if I gave her a weapon like some daggers or something. Because I do think that even though she only has 3 spells, you can see that because of the fairly low cooldowns of those spells, she doesn't really use a lot of auto attacks necessarily from her staff, especially if I'm commanding her. It's pretty good. Okay, now that we have done what we needed to do, we are going to leave and pick up Shale. And again, I didn't necessarily do this Hanleith quest because I wanted Shale. I did this quest because I wanted the Helm of Hanleith and the Harvest Festival ring. Shale is just kind of nice to have just because I like her. Okay, I'm not gonna take Shale out. Oh, I can't. No, yeah, see, I can't change my party here, so that's why I'm not doing that. I didn't want to put Shale in my party just because we might accidentally run into something if we fast travel, and we might run into a random encounter. And before... I guess I could go to camp. I think I'm gonna go to camp first because Sten has... How many injuries does he have? He has 3 injuries. And Alistair also has one. So we're going to travel really quickly to... I don't think I can fast travel from here. I have to go all the way. So let's go all the way. We're gonna go to camp. And then we're gonna travel to Denim so that I can sell some of my stuff to Gorham. We're gonna do Soldier Speak for some more gear. And then I think we have to stop getting DLC gear because Return to Ostagar is a bit too hard. Let's go to camp. I have a vague plan. You know, I didn't plan everything that I was gonna do exactly. We have to take away this crystal that Chio has. We're gonna equip her with this fire crystal just so that I don't forget. This is the one that she's gonna have enough strength for once I respecialize her. But unfortunately, that is that. We are not going to be... She's not going to be able to wear any of these. Should I... I think I should talk a little bit. I'm just going to talk a little bit to people in camp. Like Liliana. Just to... Just to get her to like me a little bit more. Obviously, we're not using Liliana for fighting so much. Like, I will give her some daggers. Just so that she has them when she's gonna fight at the Denim gates during the final battle, but until then she doesn't really need to. Okay. How is Liliana doing? She does have minor cunning. How much does she like us? I want to ask her about where she grew up and stuff so that we can give her... You are a treasured friend, Liliana. Thank you. Why did you decide to come to Ferelden? What happened to your mother? Okay, so now we know about the Andraste's grace. Do you miss anything about Orlais? Orzammar is also magnificent. I love shoes, totally. I love shoes, totally, yeah. At least they keep the cold out. And we're gonna ask her about the thing with Orlais minstrels being spies. Okay, I think we talked enough to Liliana. We learned about her stuff. I want to give her the Andraste's Grace. And now she... hold on. She likes us more. And I do want to give her these shoes that I bought for her, the blue satin shoes. I got these for her. I think we have the remarkable greenstone to give to Shale, just so that she likes those. We have the portrait of a goose girl for Sten. He already likes us quite a lot. This and the ale are for Ogren. I'm going to give a beef bone to Barkspawn, even though there's not very much of a reason to give stuff to your dog, but I just like to do it, you know. We should probably speak to Morrigan as well. Hold on, let me see. So, Sten has moderate cunning, moderate constitution, I think is. Oh, moderate strength, so he gets some strength bonuses? I don't think I took that into account. When I made my plan... Oh my god, when I made my plan, about what each companion was going to be able to wield in terms of... Oh man, so he has 24 strength because he gets +2 strength from this, and I think the maximum is like a +4 or something like that, so he's gonna have +4 strength from this. I didn't realize he got strength from that. Okay, Alistair gets constitution. Morrigan, I'm not sure what she gets. Liliana gets cunning. And, oh, so the dog does kind of have an inspired bonus from one of the fixes in my mods, because the dog kind of used to not have any. Okay, Alistair, we haven't spoken to him enough, so let's speak to him a little bit more. Why did you keep your birthright a secret? Okay. We're going to not do that. Okay, Templar stuff. Okay. +2. Alistair's like really finicky about stuff. Okay, I know this is not very interesting gameplay, but I do have to get... my my companion's approval a bit higher. So I do have to do that. Okay, we talked about our companions, then how did he become a Grey Warden? Duncan was a good man, and so on and so forth. Do you want to talk about Duncan? He was a father, no harm done. That's an excellent idea. Okay. He approved a little bit more. What can a Templar do? Okay, and I think we have one more question, sort of like to ask about the Grey Wardens. I don't think he actually approves of any of these questions, but I just thought I would ask them just in case. I don't think we got Alistair to approve enough, but I do have a couple of gifts that I have left here. Like I have the silver bracelet, so I'll give it to Alistair. Maybe it helps a little bit. it didn't seem to help. I'm gonna give him the tribal necklace too. Maybe that helps. Maybe that gets him over it. Yeah. I think it has to go... His approval has to go over 50. We're gonna do the same thing for Morrigan, but before we do that, I do actually want some enchanting done. Sten can have something. I'm gonna give him this electricity damage rune, and Alistair is using this cheese knife, which I'm gonna give him the frost rune for. I don't really think that 4% spell resistance is gonna do anything, but since we have it, I might as well put it in for now. So that's what we're gonna do there. And now we're just gonna speak to Morrigan real quick. Just real quick. Did you grow up? Okay. That's one thing. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we spoke to Morgan about that. How did she become a shape changer? Okay, so Morgan has minor magic, I think. Okay. Very well. I'm gonna look for your book. I don't know if I necessarily care about the book. Yeah, I need to ask her this about the wilds. Okay, now she told us about the mirror. And so I can give her the gift of the golden mirror. There we go. Morgan was very happy with our gift. She is at plus 58. So I got everyone to have moderate bonuses. Morgan gets a bonus to magic. That's very nice. Oh, I guess I should speak to Shale a little bit. I'm just gonna speak. We're just gonna speak to Shale a little bit, I guess. Okay, perfect. You know what? She got minor strength. Oh, hold on. I also didn't take that into consideration. So that's interesting. I didn't take this into consideration, but if you look at Shale, she also, if you get her approval higher, she also can get a +4 to strength. So we're going to have to see what kind of, the amount of strength that she starts out with. She can get a maximum of +4. She might be able to equip something that is actually better than a chipped crystal. Hold on. Shale might actually be slightly useful. I'm gonna try and see. I'm gonna try and see what we can do now that I know this. Okay, shell approved a little bit more. Okay, I don't think I have any other gifts that I can give her. We need to be on the lookout for gems. We need to be on the lookout for gems or shale for like gift gems is what I mean. So let's go to Denim. I believe that there is a remarkable something, some form of remarkable gem in the Wonders of Theda's shop. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's kind of that's one of the gifts. I don't think that Old Tegrin, which is one of the random encounter shops, has it, but I do believe... Okay, hold on. Let me just... For a second, I do want to get Shale so that we can respecialize her. So, what does she start with? She starts with 14 Strength and 13 Constitution. She needs 18 points for the lowest tier crystal. 18 Constitution. I don't know why this shows up. It's just a bug, but she still only has the two slots. So don't ignore these extra things that sometimes appear like this. So 18 Constitution for this and 18 Strength for the Fire Crystal. I'm just gonna unequip it just so that. So I think I'm gonna put all of her points into Strength just in case, like all 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just in case, maybe she might be able to equip a higher tier small crystal. That might be useful. Just gonna get this one skill. And then I was thinking here. There are two options here. We have 3 abilities that we could use. We could get Stone Aura, which increases the party's stats. 5 attack, 5 defense, and +2 health regeneration. And then also some armor. I'm not sure if the party gets armor or if Shale gets armor. This would be quite nice because it doesn't necessarily need Shale to have anything very useful equipped if we have Stone Aura, whereas Stone Heart gives some bonuses to Shale specifically, but also allows her to taunt and stun enemies. Like I do, like, for example, we could get Stone Roar, which would be a taunting ability. And the taunting ability would be maybe useful. Oh my god, maybe, hold on. Can I, like, reset these? I just realized if we get the maximum bonus to strength for Shale, that would put her at 18 strength, so that means that she can equip chipped crystals, and then she would also be able to equip a... If we put our points into Constitution, she would also be able to equip a basic large crystal. Hold on, let me check something. I need to check here. There is a set bonus. So pairing 2 fire crystals increases Shale's fire resistance by 10%. Oh, okay, that's not worth it. No, I'm gonna put all her points into strength. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gonna get her this, and because she's not very tanky herself, like she doesn't have a lot of health, like I think this mode would make sense Stoneheart would make a lot of sense if she had a lot of health and had some very good defensive crystals, like high tier defensive crystals, but since we can't do that, I think Stone Aura might be what I want from her. So we're going to use 3 points. That's what she's got going, which is really just 1 point, and was a Stone Aura, which gets bonuses. Well, so now suddenly her stuff looks fine again. But see, she's able to wear any chipped crystal. Hold on, so why does this one require 20 strength? That's really weird. So see, there's a small chipped fire crystal, but the spirit crystal requires 20 strength. We don't need it. Fire is absolutely what we're going to use, but I was just curious about why the spirit crystal requires 2 more strength than the other ones. I don't know if it's a bug or something. Do we have any yellow people or like very high value targets here to steal from? We can certainly open this chest. Apparently Liliana does not have enough cunning to open this chest, and now she's punching it. Now she's bashing it by punching it with her fists. That's quite funny. Okay, we lost the leather boots that were in there. That's fine. We're gonna steal from Gorham. I'm not quite sure what he gave us. He gave us Frost Rock? I hope not. I hope he gave us something better. I think he gave us this Amethyst. I think that's what he gave us. I think the other things... I doubt that we can steal from Master Ignacio with 31 cunning. Maybe with a bit more cunning we might be able to. Yeah, with a bit more cunning we might be able to, but I don't have something else that grants... Okay, technically speaking, I am not using this at this moment, so I'm going to take it off for a second, and I'm gonna give it to Liliana just for a second, just to try and see if we might be able to steal from Master Ignacio. Stealing failed. It's also kind of a chance-based thing, so even if you fail once, it doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna fail every time. Because I remember that during the... we might need 34 cunning. Is there something else that I can get? That grants cunning? Or +1 to all attributes? I don't think so. I don't think I can do that quite yet. Okay, for now, we'll leave Cesar alone. We're gonna just... I do find it strange that I can't open these chests. Liliana does have a... Hold on. Liliana does have a point in Deft Hands, and she has, at this point, 33 cunning, so I find it a bit weird that those chests are so high level. But we stole from Sergeant Kylon a spirit shard. Wow. That is something that he had on his person. It's quite underwhelming. So that was another yellow character. I think inside here, inside Wade's Emporium, Wade or Haren, one of them might also... Yeah, Master Wade is also kind of yellow. That's a yellow name. He might have something nice to steal. Let's see, did he have something nice to steal? Or did he also have a spirit shard? I think he also had a spirit shard. Unfortunate. This one we might not be able to unlock. Oh! This one we were able to unlock, I guess. Since we're here, I guess we can also try and steal from Haren. But I don't think he's that high level. Like, I don't think he's gonna give me something very interesting. But it's fine. I'm just stealing stuff from Denim because people here might be a bit higher level, and maybe that just means that we get some interesting stuff that we can sell to Gorham since we're here. You know, we're in Denim anyway. So I'm just gonna swap out Alistair because I don't want him talking about his sister. So I'm just gonna put Sten. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter at all. Okay, this guy had a little bit of money, way too little. Unfortunately, we can't open these chests because we don't... Our warden doesn't have any stealing-related skills, any thieving skills. So... we can't do the crime wave questline. That would have given us a very good amount of money. But I didn't think that it was worth getting the stealing skill for my warden. Like, I would much rather have coercion and be able to do certain coercion-related checks, skill checks. We're just going to steal from a couple of people here. Now, I do want to check here what this guy has. Yes, he has a remarkable garnet, so we're going to get that. I did want his runes, but I didn't really want to buy them now. Oh my god, we have 161 gold. I remember, yeah, because I sold the DLC items that we weren't going to use. I don't think he had anything that I wanted to buy. I had to go to the circle to buy Andrew's Blessing. There's also the Life Giver Ring. I think the Life Giver Ring is actually worth purchasing first. We'll see how much money we have. I will actually buy this lyrium dust too, just to have a few lesser lyrium potions. I don't need big lyrium potions because my mages, Morgan, we're really just talking about Morgan here. My mages don't have a big mana pool, so they wouldn't really benefit from increasing their, like, restoring their mana up more than a certain point. Let me give this remarkable garnet to Shale. Okay, and now she has moderate strength, so now she has +2 strength. That means she was at 19, she should be at 21. Yes, that is correct. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I completely forgot about the approval bonuses. There was one character, one companion that I thought about approval bonuses, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna use, instead of Liliana, I'm gonna use Zevron because he gets approval bonuses that have dexterity, so that means he's gonna have a higher dexterity that's gonna help him with the daggers and everything. But I completely forgot that everyone else also gets bonuses to various attributes. I don't know, it just kind of slipped my mind. Okay. Do I need to keep this enchanted dagger? No, I think that a dagger with a rune is better. Because I do want to give... Remember, I do also want to give Liliana something to use. We don't need any of these, so we can give these crystals away. We can sell them. The Dain helmet grants defense. The problem is that I already have better helmets for myself and Sten. Alistair already has way too low strength to be able to equip this. And the only other person who would have a decent amount of strength would be Ogren, but I think that we can get a better helmet from him for him than this. So I'm going to sell that too. The rough leather gloves can go. The rough studded leather boots can also go. Scale mail, something like that. Chainmail. Hold on, the scale mail is made of steel. I guess I can keep those and I'll sell the chainmail instead. The rough armor. Guess I don't really have a medium armor, so I'll keep one. We don't need shields, and we don't need any of these big ones. Shale is just not going to have enough stats to be able to wear any. And the gold ring is just a gold ring, doesn't have anything. So we're also going to sell that. Greater lyrium potion and regular lyrium potion. And the injury kits, I will keep these lesser ones. This warmth bomb. Elixir of grounding, the slow rune, we don't need these. Topaz, amethyst, malachite. The garnet, I could keep, but no, I think I'm just going to sell it. It's fine, we can do other quests. Is there something else that I would like to sell? The acidic coating is one of the really bad poisons in the game because it just deals some nature damage. And unfortunately, nature damage is resisted by a lot of enemies, but also +2 nature damage is like nothing. So yeah, I can tell that. The bombs are good though. We're keeping the bombs. As I said, grenades might just be our best friends. Cold resistance is not something that we care about, and lightning resistance is also not something that we care about. Spirit resistance, maybe. We'll keep the spirit shards. Um, but that's about it so far. We don't really need toxin extracts. I also don't think that I'm going to use this ever on anyone, so I'm also going to sell the Feral Wolf Charm. There's no point in keeping it. Okay. We've made some space in our inventory, quite a lot. We have stolen from pretty much everyone that I wanted to steal from, so Liliana can give me back my helmet. I guess I can give her... I can give her this Dalish armor, and we can just put the Chantry robe on her later. I'll also give her a dagger. There you go, Liliana. You have something. You're kind of equipped for a fight, but not really. Alright. We are done in Denim, and I said now that I wanted to go to Soldier's Peak to try to get the Warden Commander armor from there. Well, now I'm a little bit conflicted. I was thinking about getting my Warden to drink the alchemical concoction from Soldier's Peak, because that one just gives you some extra abilities. It's not a level up, it just gives you extra abilities straight up from just drinking that potion. So technically they don't count as abilities gained from a level up. So I think that that would still count. Like a level 1 character who goes and resolves Soldier's Peak can still get those extra abilities. They're not tied to level. So I think that those are fine to get. I don't think that would violate the... I don't think that would violate the challenge. So let's... Oh no. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot to switch out Liliana before we came here. I have to go to camp real quick. Because Liliana and Shale are like not what I want to have for this DLC. We actually there's some very tricky fights here. Hold on. Just go to camp real quick. I am very glad that we didn't get any difficult random encounters, because that would have been quite bad. We might have just died there and had to reload an earlier save, so... Okay. We've done that. There is something else. Hold on, let's check out Bodan's inventory, because I did forget to check this after we finished the whole first camp thing. The Veshial requires 31 strength. So it would only be me, like my Warden or Sten, who would be able to wield this, but both of us are two-handed, so it's useless. The final reason requires 32 magic. Now, let me check something. How much magic does Morrigan have? Morrigan baseline has 21 magic, I know that much. And she gets a +8. So she gets... Let's look at her stuff real quick. She gets +6 magic from Vestments of the Seer, and she also gets +2 magic from her approval bonus. And did I say final reason is... final reason is 32 magic. So Morgan has 20... I forgot already how much Morgan has. I think I said 28 or 29. Oh, it's 29, yeah, because she was at 21 and she had a +8. So with her approval maxed out, Morgan would have 31 magic. So we would need one more piece of equipment that would give her +1 magic or +1 to all attributes. And if we got that, then she would be able to wield this. The reason why I want this is a collector's edition version, a collector's edition item, is because the staff itself is pretty good. It has a 6 base damage, it has even higher armor penetration, it has a bigger baseline spell power bonus, and it has +3 damage, +10 spell power, and +15% fire damage. So it's gonna increase the damage that she does with both Flame Blast and Winter's Grasp, and the damage that she does with her staff basic attacks. So it would be very, very good. But since she doesn't have even 31 magic at the moment, it's not worth buying it right now, but it's important to keep this one in mind. It's also not very expensive. Like 637 is perfectly fine. 6 gold, 37 silver is not very much at all. This is not very good. Bergen's Honor is an amazing collector's edition item. It has very high armor, and it also has like attack and physical resistance. Very good for like a tank of some sort. Unfortunately, it requires 42 strength. Not even my Warden can reach that much in this particular challenge, so that's not something that we can have. Spirit damage, we don't really care. The angled strikers are really bad. They just have +5% critical damage. There are way better light gloves that we can get with this bonus, so not worth it. Bard's Dancing Shoes have some defense and -1.5 threat per second, maybe. These might be worth it on Zevran. I'll think about it. They are quite expensive, but because I have Dain's fixes the reduced hostility, which is the -1.5 threat per second stat, it actually does do something. It's actually quite useful. Especially in a challenge where we don't have any tanks that can, or any warriors that can use like taunt and threaten. I don't really want Zevran to get attacked as much as my warriors, because he's obviously going to be a lot squishier. His armor is going to be lower, but he will be doing a lot of damage with his backstabs, ideally. So he might need this. The +2 to dexterity is nice for someone, for example, like Alistair, who might want just to have a bit of extra dexterity so that he can equip a higher tier dagger. So Silver Hammers, Tackmasters, and Bard's Dancing Shoes are 2 good boots. The 10% dodge chance for mage boots, not really very important. No shields needed for us. This Constitution Cowl for a mage is not terrible, but it's also not amazing. And we don't need this for the dog. We'll get some better equipment for the dog. I wanted to look here. This gives us willpower, exploration, health regeneration, spell resistance, dodge chance, and missile deflection. The spell resistance might be useful for something like the Circle Tower, but I don't actually know necessarily that it's an amazing amulet for, especially because we don't have, like, we do have, as a dwarf, my Warden has an innate 10% spell resistance, but this would just bump up the spell resistance to 40%, and that's pretty much as high as it goes. Like, I think there's a couple of other items that can give you a little bit more spell resistance. You could also have a Dwemer rune in a weapon, but I don't know if it's very worth getting this for such a low spell resistance. Like, it's gonna be under 50%, which I don't, it's not really worth it. Willpower, nature resistance. I don't really think we need mana or stamina regeneration. Range critical chance, we're not using that. Perhaps this fire damage ring might be useful on Morgan. There is a maximum cap that you can get on this elemental damage bonus, which is 30%. If she can't reach it through having some gloves and a staff, then we know that we have Ember here for that. The runes that that Bodan has are actually not that good. Lightning is decent, but it's not amazing. Fire is good, but this is just a journeyman rune. Frost, not really all that good. You could get this Silverite rune plus 4 damage versus Darkspawn, but you can just get fire runes for multiple stuff. The lightning rune might be good. You know, I am considering the lightning rune, perhaps the Grandmaster one, to buy it from him later, but I don't necessarily think that we need it. Okay, enough waffling about. Let us go and do Soldier's Peak and get ourselves those extra abilities. I don't even know if I'm going to use those abilities at all. Like, I don't know that necessarily that they're that useful, but I do think it's something that the Warden can get that is a little bit of a possible advantage while still staying within the limitations of no level ups. So, you know, get any advantage that you can get. Alright. Finally, we're back at Soldier's Peak. There's quite a bit of undead here. I guess I could have gotten maybe some... We will, there is one quest here that will get us, that requires us to get a few codex entries, so even though mostly I've been avoiding those, I will get these here. For the Ancient History quest, this one, you've uncovered some of the history of the base at Soldier's Peak. There may be more to learn and perhaps you should seek it out. This is because it gives us access to a pretty decent sword, and I think that might be a nice upgrade for Alistair because it has some bonus damage versus Darkspawn. Asturians might. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to equip the sword, but we should be a fairly low level since we're doing this DLC so early and I level locked it at the lowest level that I could. But we'll see. We'll see if he can wear it. If not, you know, it might be kind of useless. We might be able to get Qwinn to use it? No, I don't think so. No, I think it has to be Alistair, if anything. He's the dual wielder who's actually going to use swords to dual wield. But we're going to have to do this Ancient History quest. This is one thing that I didn't really understand in this DLC. They have this skeleton who is using magic. That doesn't really make any sense. I guess they're kind of saying that a demon-possessed mage, but that turns them into abomination, so it's very weird that it's a skeleton. And it's also kind of weird that it still has magical abilities if it's a skeleton. Because if you possess a corpse, you're not really gonna, even if that corpse was once a mage, you're not gonna get magical abilities. There's no more soul of a mage or whatever it is that gives people magical abilities, you know. Or maybe there is, man, I don't know. I'm not quite sure how that works. I would need to ask a writer from the Dragon Age team from the original game, like, hey, why was there a mage skeleton here? Aren't all mages possessed by demons abominations? And so they wouldn't turn into skeletons? Because, for example, we have Sophia Dryden, who was possessed by a demon, or I still think that her corpse was possessed by a demon, but her corpse, after being possessed by a demon, did not seem to decay anymore, you know? I'm not sure if that's just something that BioWare couldn't really figure out how to properly implement, you know, how to be like, oh yeah, this is the amount of decay that this body would have had, or she's a skeleton now. I think they wanted her to be somewhat, somewhat recognizable. Can we? No, we can't. shatter this up. I think they wanted her to be somewhat recognizable and be like, oh yeah, that looks like Sophia Dryden from the kind of images that we have, the visions that we have of her, but, you know, I don't know. What can we find here? Chainmail of steel. That's really not what I was looking for. Fight here. Okay. Don't lose Winter's grasp on the skeletons. Unless they're like powerful or something. There's no reason to do that. Maybe the demon in Sophia is a stronger demon, so can slow her body's decay. Maybe. That's actually a good catch, because from what I can tell, Sophia seemed to be possessed by a pride demon. She certainly seemed to be quite proud and confident in her, but overconfident in her abilities even, that she could win this fight against the Tyrant King. So maybe this, because pride is the strongest demon that we know of, at least in Dragon Age Origins, maybe that's why it slowed the decay of her body. That's a very interesting idea. It's a very interesting theory. I think we might have missed a room. Hold on, let me check. I don't want to miss any loot and codex entries. Now we gotta be in the barracks here. Okay. Now this one you can try to freeze for the purpose of trying to use Mighty Blow on to shatter. Nope, we didn't want to get shattered, but we did chunk him out quite a bit. That's very nice. Now, one reason why I am using Morrigan and why I will probably continue to use Morrigan throughout this challenge is that even though her magic and spell power are quite low, one really useful thing is that her spells are on quite a low cooldown, so she can cast them a lot. But the other thing is something very surprising that I never really thought about before. There's some very interesting things about mage staves, whatever you want to call them. First of all of their attacks hit automatically as long as they're not blocked by an object in the world. They just hit, so they don't have to deal with attacks that miss because of your attack score, so that just generally doesn't matter for a mage using a staff. But also, look at that armor penetration. Yes, this staff only deals 4.8 damage, but it has 26 armor penetration, so any enemy that has 26 armor or lower is always going to take the maximum damage from her staff. And this is all staffs have just like huge armor penetration bonuses. So even though their base damage is quite low, you know, compare this to like this damage from this greatsword. Yeah, sure, you know, it's the base damage is 12.1, but the armor penetration score is only 3.45. So an enemy that has like 12 armor or something is only gonna take like, okay, 12 armor minus whatever, it's gonna take like 9 damage or something like that from it. Like it's gonna take way less damage than, you know, because our armor penetration score is a lot lower. But if, you know, but with a mage staff, you get to do all of that damage, and especially if you can pick a higher tier mage staff that deals a higher base damage, and like we saw, Final Reason in the camp is the best staff because it has that +3 damage. So instead of dealing, it has a 6 base damage +3 damage. That means it has a 9 base damage that it's going to deal to basically most enemies that you find in the game. I actually looked up enemy armor scores and I made myself a list. You know, to the best of my ability, we don't know exactly all of the numbers, but essentially just a few bosses in the entire game have more than 30 armor or so. Most enemies in the game are going to have 6, 9, 10, 15 armor, maybe 20, some of them, but most other enemies are going to have probably less than 10 armor. So you don't actually need super high armor penetration scores unless you're fighting against one of those super high rank bosses like the Broodmother, the High Dragon, the Archdemon. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So that was very interesting. Maybe Morrigan would be useful because of this fact, because these are... Okay, this is... I have to focus on this because this is actually not easy. This is hard because you have to kill all of these. You have to kill all of these really quick because otherwise they heal... They heal the... Okay, and now we can all focus on the Rage Demon. This is very important. I have to focus on this fight because it's just like you have to kill all the ads, focus as quickly as possible to attack him, and then immediately kill the ads again when he gets them, because otherwise he's gonna get healed up. I have to heal Sten for a second. We have to do that. Sten can also chug a potion. Okay, we're gonna have to attack one more of the ads, and now we can focus all of our attacks as much as possible. Whatever we can get, we get. We just up the damage. This is... It takes a while to finish this fight if you don't have enough damage, because he does kind of resurrect those corpses, those dead wardens, to keep him alive. But I got quite lucky here. Oh, I'm sorry about the ads. I didn't see those. Thankfully skippable. Yeah, I mean, all of my ads should be skippable. I hope so. I put them on conservative, like I told YouTube to keep them as low as possible. So sorry about that. Um, I was talking about the fight here being a bit difficult, because the dead wardens, the corpses kept healing up the big demon. So even enemies that have visibly have higher tier armors have lower armor scores than their gear suggests. Yeah, it's actually surprising. Even stuff like ogres, they don't have that high armor scores. I think their armor score is something around 12 to 15 points at most. At least based on what I could find out in the tool set, in the Dragon Age tool set. I think Revenants have about 20, 22 points of armor. Those are higher armored enemies, but most Darkspawn, for example, even the Hurlock Alphas and Genlock Alphas, they just have some chainmail armor on them. That's the that's the armor they're wearing. So maybe that gets tiered up a little bit, so it's not like the basic chainmail armor, the tier 1 version. Maybe it's based on their level, their creature level. But one chainmail armor, like a chest piece, doesn't actually have that much. Like, I think I have one in my inventory right now. The tier 3 one has 5.95 points of armor, so almost 6 points of armor. And a lot of creatures that I've seen through the toolset that I've inspected in the toolset only have stuff like this. They have just one chainmail armor for their entire armor score, and that's it. So yeah, enemies are a lot squishier than you think. Most normal enemies, like other than revenants, dragons, Maybe ogres, but ogres I don't think are as highly armored as revenants. I think they just have like 15 armor. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a video about that actually, because I think it's an interesting thing to talk about, but I need to go through a few more things in the toolset. I need to collate some more information about enemies, because I don't have all of the enemies. I have a Word document that's like full of armor scores for all of the enemies. But I need to have some information about the minimum and maximum levels that those enemies can have so that I can figure out what types of armor they could have, you know, like if they have tier 1 chainmail versus if they have tier 3 or 5 or 7 and so on. Because that might be kind of interesting. So we are going to look at this raspberry jam. It's starting to be flashed out, but we're missing one final clue. Okay, we need one more. We need to read one more thing before we can get Asturian's Might, the sword. We're going to kill Sophia here for the Warden Commander armor. It's very important. Just going to say, nothing you could say would interest me because you are a demon. A nasty little demon. And we'll kill these skeletons first. Just because in general, it's good to get rid of the ads. This is... Sorry, Levy, I kind of burned this guy. Look at him. Kind of just burned him a little bit. Oopsie, sorry about that. Let's try to knock down Sophia over there while we take care of these other guys. No, that didn't really work. I think she's immune to a knockdown. Maybe she has shield wall as a warrior. But yeah, I think it would be very interesting to take a little look at the stats that enemies have, stuff like armor, in the future at some point. Fireproof Levy, if he actually helped us in combat, clearly he'd be unstoppable. Yeah. I think he missed his vocation as a companion, as a full companion in Dragon Age Origins. Clearly he's so powerful. He would be unstoppable, especially like in the final battle in Denim, where like pretty much all the Darkspawn that have bows shoot you with fire arrows. This guy, he would not give a singular shit. He would just kill all of the Darkspawn with no problems. He's just immortal. Let's take a look. We have the Warden Commander armor. It is tier 3, so it requires 26 strength. How much strength does my character have? Exactly 26. Wow. That is really good. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether I was going to be able to have this armor on my character. But I think it's worth it. I'm not sure about the boots, because I don't actually, well, the mana stamina actually does help out a little bit, because I do lose some of it by keeping this one sustained. By keeping Indomitable sustained, I do lose out on some stamina, so this might actually be good, so that I can use these when they come back off of cooldown. And they have good armor, like they have 2 armor and stamina. This has 12.25 armor, plus 1 armor, a bit of extra stamina regeneration in combat, plus 15 critical damage, 15% critical damage, which is nice for our mighty blow. Hold on, my cat is behind my chair and I don't know what she's doing. What are you doing? I think she just wanted some attention. So that's pretty good. The fire... Now, this is one reason why I wouldn't necessarily use the entire set. The gloves of the Warden Commander set are not very good. They just offer you fire resistance, which you don't really care about. But we didn't have any better gloves right now. I might end up giving this armor to Sten later on when he has his strength a bit higher. But for now, I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna give Alistair the Lion's Paw boots, because they are quite good. Do we have anything interesting to give to anyone? Okay, so the Antique Warden crossbow might be a decent crossbow to have on people, just because it's tier 2. We got it very early, like we got it at a very low level. It requires 12 strength, which Alistair has Sten has... Morgan does not have. Morgan has 11 strength, but I believe that all of the rogues should also have 12 strength. Maybe. Based on their class bonus? Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But the antique wooden crossbow, I think I'll keep that one. For a ranged option for our characters. But we need to see the tier that Astrian's Might, the longsword, drops at when I get that one. Because I'm not entirely sure if I can equip that on Alistair. I hope I can. Unfortunately, Alistair gets the dumbest bonus from his approval bonuses. Like, he gets an approval bonus of Constitution. And, like, does he? I think so. I think he does. Yeah, Constitution. Like, yeah, you know, extra health is nice and all, but that doesn't help him equip higher tier weapons or armors at all. Which is very unfortunate, because Alistair as a character is nice. But, you know, in terms of his stats, for this challenge at least, for other challenges where I can use more abilities than just 3, he would be very useful, because I could make him a full sword and shield tank. But for the purposes of this challenge, he's not very useful. Like, he's definitely going to be replaced by Zebron when he recruits Zebron. I think we're doing pretty well. Surprisingly well, like, you know, a part of me says, just turn the difficulty up to hard. I think I'm gonna do that, actually. You got only through halfway through last stream's VOD, so sorry if you talked about this, but how would Shale be in this challenge? I think Shale... I'm not entirely sure how good Shale is. I thought that Shale was actually going to be way worse, but then I realized that in terms of the approval bonuses that she gets some approval bonuses of strength. She needs strength and constitution for her special gear items that she can equip. The armor pieces are not that useful. I mean, sure, they give her armor, but the bonuses to elemental resistances are not really very important. So you would want to focus all in on strength. Give her the +5 attribute points that you have for level 1 to her strength, which would get her to 19 starting strength. That means she can get to a total of 23 strength with the +4 that she gets from maxed out approval. Which might mean that she's able to equip a tier 2 or tier 3 small crystal. Fire is the element that you would go for, because fire is really good versus Darkspawn and Undead, and I personally unlocked the Stone Aura abilities for her, the first 3, with her 3 ability points. Those are kind of the most useful. If you're not able to equip very good gear on her, she's not going to do very well in terms of damage with the pulverizing blows thing. She's not going to help out necessarily with the rock mastery thing because we don't have any archers in this challenge. I thought about Stoneheart, which is the one where she kind of gets some health regeneration and a few bonuses to her defenses, and also gets a stunning ability and a taunting ability. But I realized that she wasn't really going to be able to be very tanky because you're not able to get very good large crystals for her, which provide her the defenses that she needs. Stone Aura, on the other hand, if you turn it on, Shale becomes immovable, paralyzed in the area, and in an area around her, she gives bonuses to your entire party. That Stone Aura might be useful. I haven't tried it. We could try it, I think, maybe in the Deep Roads or somewhere. But I'm not necessarily planning on using Shale, because the thing about Shale is, well, I mean, look at all my characters. My Warden has all of these gear slots, and all of them are filled, and my Warden is getting a lot of bonuses from all of them. Unfortunately, Shale only has 2 gear slots, and you can only equip one thing, actually. You can only equip small crystals for her, because that's all that her attributes allow. And you can't get bonuses to attributes for her other than the approval bonuses. So she's fine. I think she's okay with if you use her for Stone Aura to buff your party, but she's not going to be amazing. She's probably less useful than the other party members. But we'll see. We'll try her out later on. I will drink the vial's contents here because that gives us access to these abilities. These are not level-related abilities. We don't get them through any level up. We just get them by drinking a potion. I think these are okay. I'm not actually sure that I want to use these. So this one is a sustained thing that gives me attack speed, critical chance, and movement speed. This might be useful, actually, but I do take 12 damage every 2 seconds. This is the thing that knocks enemies back in 5 meters. This is not very good. This is not a very good ability. It might be useful if you're surrounded by enemies, but losing 40 health is quite high. So I'm going to put this one all the way here, but I will put this one here next to Indomitable because we might want this, especially because I could potentially equip the Life Giver ring, which gives me quite high health regeneration. So we're not going to get as much health drain every 2 seconds. We'll see. We'll experiment with this. I wasn't sure. Shale is also immune to overwhelm. Yes, that is also, I think, yeah, so I think actually Shale is going to be way more useful than the dog in Nature of the Beast, you're right. Because she's immune to overwhelm and because she can buff our party, she is a far more useful companion than that. So we're going to use her in the Elven quest. Good. Thank you for reminding me that she's immune to overwhelm, because I completely forgot about that. And I forgot that I definitely need at least one character who's immune to overwhelm. Maybe we're also going to want to bring the dog with us. I'm not sure. Because the werewolves are really tough. They're really rough. Yeah, they are rough. I'm always I always have a hard time with them if I'm doing a challenge run. It's not good. Okay, let us talk to Avernus and tell him that we're going to help him with the... We need to deal with the demons. And we are here to recover the Grey Warden base. And we want some answers. Let's let Levy talk to stuff. Okay, let's fight the demons with him. I mean, he doesn't really fight demons, you know what I mean? He kind of just lets us fight the demons while he does some chanting of a spell. You know, he could just teach Morrigan to do that and he could fight, since I'm pretty sure that he's higher than level 1. He has more abilities than we do. Okay, I think we finally got the last update for Ancient History for the cache that has the sword. So we're going to pick that up when we get back to the main castle, the main keep. But yeah, I bumped the difficulty up to hard. We'll see how we get on with it, at least for now. Because I did find the game a little bit too easy. You know, I know that this is just a DLC and it's a low-level DLC and all that, but of course I walked straight into the trap. Of course I walked straight into it. You know, but I want this challenge, I want this stream to be interesting, so that's why I turned the difficulty up. If ever stuff becomes impossible, I'll turn it back down. Let's let's kill the demons. Let's kill some demons. Okay. Once again, do let me know if there's any ads that appear. If I see your message in time, I'm gonna pause the gameplay if I'm fighting or something like that. Wait for the ads to go away. I don't want you to miss out on stuff. Let's heal up some of our characters. Also, Morgan does not need to be this close to everyone else. She really doesn't. Well, I guess she kind of needs to be close for the purpose of this. Anyone need healing? Maybe Sten. A little bit. Oh, Morgan needs healing, excuse me. I will heal her right now. Freeze this enemy. Monster, can you kill this faster? Thank you. Anyone else need healing? No. For the time being, we're just gonna wait. I don't want to waste Morgan's mana. She doesn't need it, she doesn't need it, you know. But we can kill a rage demon. Stuff. We're gonna position Alistair here. Try to... He got nothing. There's just something that he could do. He could do some cool area of effect damage. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for us. The rage demons are going into the fire that Morgan's staff was doing. Okay. Okay, everyone at this moment in time should drink lesser health poultice because we're gonna have a big thing coming. And we can't deal with a big thing. No, I don't think I can use Bloodthirst right now. I think I need the Life Giver ring for that. You find that Mage AI can be really silly about getting close in range? Yeah. I don't know why. Because I don't have something that says you have, that tells Morgan, hey, go close range so that you can use Flame Blast. She doesn't actually need to do that. But for some reason she does. Hold on. Let's drink some potions. For some reason she does do that anyway, even though I'm not telling her to go in close range. Like, this is a perfectly fine range. Honestly, she could be even farther away, like here. There is absolutely no need for Morgan to go any closer than this, especially for the spells that she has are fairly long range. So yeah, the Mage AI gets a bit weird. But to be fair, it's a game from 2009. They tried to do quite a lot of complicated stuff with the tactics and everything. So I do kind of understand. Hold on, Avernus. I don't want you to kick me out of here, so I'm just gonna go to the portrait real quick, just in case. I'm gonna recite the Grey Warden Oath, and then get our loot as a reward. Let's see, what do we get? So Asturian's Might is tier 3, 15 strength. Oh yeah, Alistair can definitely equip this. It has +2 damage, it weakens Darkspawn in a 5-meter radius, and this is actually implemented by Dain's fixes. It has +1 armor and penetration, and it has a rune slot. So this is quite a nice upgrade for Alistair. There will be a weird kind of effect that shows off the weakening Darkspawn effect. This is melee critical chance and also minus threat per second. This might be something that we want to give to Zevran because it increases his melee crit chance and it also makes him less likely to be targeted. That's quite nice. The Court of Shattered Dreams, I forgot to sell this one to Gorham earlier, but it's fine. We're going to sell it later. There's a bit of an effect around him, but it does go away after a little bit. So it's all good. Okay, Avernus, we have helped you, and I will let him experiment away. Because I feel like as a dwarf noble, I don't necessarily care about blood magic, and also we need all the help we can get considering we are level 1. Or at least, you know, level 1 abilities. Okay. I believe that Levy, if we leave the keep, travel away from it, and then travel back, Levy has maybe some interesting things that we can. The melee crit chance does not work with the dual striking mode. So that's why that is something that I'm going to give to Zevran. Zevran is not going to use dual striking. He is just going to use regular attacks and backstabs. As many backstabs as possible. That's what he's going to use. So yeah, it doesn't work with dual striking because dual striking just makes you not crit at all. If there are a few cases in which you can crit, you can still get a critical strike, even with dual striking enabled. Hold on, maybe there might be an ad. I don't know if everyone got it, but I saw it on my phone. So hopefully it's fine. So dual striking has some interesting things. If you, for example, cast something like the Death Hex spell, I think that's the one that I'm thinking of. Yes, this one makes every single normal hit that a target gets to become a critical hit. So even if you have dual striking, all of your hits from dual striking are going to become critical hits with this, because essentially this one is something like a normal hit is something that doesn't have any chance to crit, and the lower chance to crit you have, the higher actual chance to crit with this on you have. It's a very weird calculation, but yeah, if you want to do some funky stuff with dual striking, you can get a mage that can cast Death Hex, and there is also a duelist's pinpoint strike, which once again does the same thing, which allows you, but I think that one is just for the duelist, which allows you to crit on all of your attacks against that particular target. So you can do some interesting things with dual striking. Maybe I'll try to do that in one of my challenge runs. That's not going to be as limited uh, in terms of abilities as this one. Okay, we will travel back to Denim, I think, to sell a few things off, and then come back to Soldier's Peak, because I don't remember if Levy has any Silverite runes against Darkspawn, but I do think that he has Cold Iron runes, which we might want to buy one of those, because we want to go and kill the undead in Redcliffe Castle. That might be a good thing to do. We might need the extra damage. Although, I guess I could just buy a flame rune if I'm gonna do that. Let's see. We don't need the Warden Longsword. That one's just basic and it doesn't do anything. I will keep these 2 crossbows. I don't think... I'll keep 2 bows too, 2 regular bows, but I'm not gonna keep these arrows. They're very expensive. We don't really care about cold damage, and this one also requires 36 magic, which we can't get to on Morrigan. I have a bunch of... Hold on, I have a bunch of pieces of equipment that might be a bit higher tier. This one is tier 4, 1.2 armor instead of 0.9. But I think that's about it. I don't think that... So 8.75 armor versus 8.5 and physical resistance. Well, yeah, but he already has Indomitable, which makes him immune to stun, knockdown, and slip effects. I don't think that at this point he needs the physical resistance from that. I think this particular armor has kind of... run out of uses, I might just sell it now. I'll think about it. The gray iron boots and the steel boots and stuff, those can go away. We're not going to use this medium armor on anyone else. The heavy plate armor requires 30 strength, but it doesn't have any bonuses. We don't need it. We don't need any shields. We're not using those. And this one also I'm not going to use on anyone. I think I'm going to get some better equipment later on for someone like Ogren. Wow, we have sold this guy so many things. We have sold Ogren, we have sold Gorham so many things. Yeah, the Court of Shattered Dreams, also wanted to sell that. The Greater Lyrium Potion and the regular one, we don't need those. I don't need the Nature Balm, but I might keep the Spirit Balms for the Archdemon fight, just in case. We're going to sell all our gems. And that's it for now. We are once again at a very respectable... Yeah, you remember seeing cold iron runes from Levy. Yeah, not silverite. Yeah, I don't think he had silverite, but he did have some cold iron runes. Hold on. I will buy the runes from... I'll buy the fire runes, I think, from the Wonders of Theta shop. Just the Grandmaster one. Since I'm here. Because it's a really big upgrade, I could give it to Alistair. He has a sword with a rune now. So let's see. Now that we have a rune, we can get this one. Plus 5 fire damage is very, very good. I don't necessarily think plus 3 fire damage at this moment is that useful. So yeah, we're just going to get the best rune that this guy has, and we might return later for that plus 3 damage. I know who has a Silverite rune, a Grandmaster Silverite rune. It's Farron in the Frostback Mountains. That guy definitely has a Grandmaster Silverite rune. There's not many people who have Silverite runes. I think Bodon has a Journeyman one, or someone had a Journeyman one, and Farron has a Grandmaster one. Very, very few of those that you can get from merchants. You kind of have to get lucky, mostly, to try to find some of these Silverite runes in chests. So we're just gonna go and buy something from Levy, maybe, if he has something worth picking up. I can try to craft the... There's no point in crafting the longsword version or the greatsword version of Starfang. Is there? Because it's a tier 8 weapon, which requires way too much strength, and we just don't have that much strength. Our storage chest. And let's talk to Levy, see what he has for sale. What does he have? Oh, he has some bombs. Hold on. Maybe that might be useful. Some grenades. I don't... Yeah. You know, the freeze bomb would have been useful if it was actually... If it could actually freeze enemies. But I think it just deals cold damage. But I will take the spirit damage one, because not many enemies are resistant to spirit damage. But I don't think I want to pick up the freeze bomb. It's good to know that he has these, so if... Oh yeah, so he has frost runes. He has frost runes and cold iron runes. There's quite a lot of undead in the game. I will pick up this cold iron rune. I don't think I'm going to pick up the cold damage one. Cold damage would really only be useful maybe against rage demons. But we can also use something like a lightning rune, which is both useful against rage demons and something else. So, but the cold iron rune will help us out in Redcliffe. It's also going to help us out a little bit in Nature of the Beast and the Elven quest, because in the ruins, in the Brecilian ruins, there's quite a lot of undead. There's also the Revenant in the forest and a bunch of other undead in the forest. There's plenty of undead that we can fight. All right, perfect. I don't think Michael Dryden has anything, Mikhail. I can ask him to make the sword so that I can sell it. Yeah, he only has basic weapons, and unfortunately these Grey Wardens things that he has are just also very basic. Um, the, this is a funny thing, but this might be one of those places that might just be useful in my no magic or enchantments run, just because you can get high tier, like massive armor and high tier armors. It might actually be useful. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it's going to be useful, but I'll have to see in that playthrough as well. I'm going to ask him to craft a sword. The two-handed one. I think that one might be more expensive. Let's see. So yeah, it's going to require 38 strength. I believe that based on what I calculated when I made my plan before the run, I believe that I can reach 34 strength. So I'm not ever going to be able to equip this, but it has quite a high value. So we're going to sell it to Gorham. Might as well. We'll go to the party camp just for a second to ask Sandal to enchant our weapons. The unfortunate situation, one of the unfortunate things is that it's actually very difficult to get a two-handed weapon. The only two-handed weapon that I think I might be able to get is Nug Crusher right now if we go to Return to Ostagar. But Return to Ostagar might be too difficult to complete, so I'm just gonna go there later. Like, I already visited it. I think Alistair is actually going to have... Hold on, let's remove everything from everyone, and let me think. Alistair, at this moment, has the highest... has the highest attack speed, so I think I'm gonna give him the best runes. I'm gonna give him the best runes because he attacks, he's dual wielding, he's attacking with a longsword and a dagger. He actually has much higher attack speed than either my character or Sten, and Liliana doesn't really matter because we're not using her for that. She is a thief. That's what we're using her for. Okay, we have upgraded our gear, gotten some significant upgrades. We are missing a two-handed weapon for my warden, but it is what it is. This is kind of the best that we could get. Let's go back to Redcliffe. Let's finish up at least the first part of the quest. And I think we should let Qwinn help and do the... we could also just try to kill the demon, I guess. Okay, we are going to avoid this fight because I don't really want to level up, and these bandits are quite annoying. They're not hard to deal with. You can kill them fairly easily. They're just bandits, but if we can avoid this encounter, we might as well. Because as I said, I do think that our level will still matter when we reach the point of the Landsmeet and the final battle. Enemies will still scale to whatever level we are at that point, so I will attempt to not do too many side quests. I don't know how much it's going to matter. Like, instead of being level 20, we're going to be like level 18, but maybe those two levels are going to matter. Maybe that's going to make us actually able to complete the game instead of be stuck and unable to complete it. Have to take all of these things into consideration. Good. There is one thing that I really want to do while we are here. I want to raid the vault. So that means we have to kill that Chamberlain corpse, the sort of undead guy. And unfortunately, there's a very, very difficult fight there down in the ground floor of Redcliffe Castle. There's that room with the armor stands. And those armors come to life and attack you, and they are very difficult to fight. It's no joke. It's really hard. I've died even in non-challenge playthroughs sometimes just because I didn't take that fight seriously enough. So we're gonna have to be careful with that. Get away from me. We finished. We fought these guys. Okay. Just had to... Hi, Qwinn. Okay. We will leave him here for now, and we are going to, I think, ask him to help with his Blood Mage ritual. Just because, you know, I think that logically speaking, from a very practical point of view, if you think about it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to leave Redcliffe if, wow, I am missing all of my shots. That undead. But it actually makes very little sense to leave Redcliffe to try to get someone from the Circle of Magi to come and help you exorcise the demon out of Connor, because he is a huge threat. That is a very powerful demon. It's not just any demon. It's a very powerful Desire demon who is able to create through Connor and his magical abilities. That demon is able to create all of these undead, bring all of these undead, and control the undead, and to attack people and to attack a whole village. Like, the whole village is almost destroyed by the time that you come. There's not that many people left. So, you know, I would... You had a bug in your playthrough where you executed Qwinn, but no one else seemed to realize it, so he somehow resurrected after you cured Eamon. Wow, that's really weird. That's never happened to me. I've never had that bug, but that's so weird. It's like, well, you executed Qwinn, oopsie, he just came back to life. Actually, you didn't. The game was like, actually, no, you didn't. Kill the little shades here. But yeah, I think it actually makes the most sense either to just try to kill the demon yourself and kill Connor in the process, or to let Qwinn help. And honestly, you know, Qwinn is part of the reason why this whole thing happened to begin with, so it kind of makes sense to let him make up for what he caused by being a bad teacher to Connor, and also for poisoning his father and causing Connor to, like, feel like he was desperate enough to resort to that kind of thing to, like, a deal with a demon to begin with. So, yeah. Where did this one come from? Where did this undead come from? I don't actually think we're going to be able to unlock the armory here. A very cool thing about the Lock Bash mod, if you're using it with its like basic settings, is that it actually has difficulty checks, and you need certain attributes to be high enough for you to be able to even try to bash open something. So for example, because my warriors don't have as strong, I'm not sure if it's strength for warriors to unlock and bash open locks, But because my warrior doesn't have enough strength or whatever the attribute is to open a lock, you can't do it. Even if you have the lock bash mod, you're not going to be able to bash all of the locks in the game. You do still need to pass certain attribute requirements. So even so, you know, I think that it's still fine in this challenge to use this mod because it doesn't actually give you very much of an advantage. You can also still lose out on the contents of the chests. Oh god, this is a difficult fight. Hold on. Come here. You have to like really be careful here because these enemies, these undead creatures are very tanky. Like I'm fighting on hard now, and you're gonna see these corpses, especially like that one, the yellow one, very hard to kill. Very hard to kill, especially if you just like rush into that room. They surround you. Like this, you can kind of make sure that they don't surround you and like get a little bit of an upper hand as they have to come through the door. They have to like come into a room where you can surround them, but do not go into that room. That is something that I've learned. And I have to keep reminding myself not to do that and to just like pull back my whole party. Because if you don't do that, it's not very good. You're gonna die. I have died even on normal difficulty sometimes here. In this particular chamber here, it is just a very tight chamber. And you also, if you enter the chamber, you're not just gonna get that group of undead that we just fought, you're also gonna get this one. See, because there is a trigger, I think, when you come here, you get within the range of detection of those enemies. So you're gonna get those enemies to come. I believe that there's also some other enemies in one of these rooms. Yeah, see that one? It just came from there, so you're gonna be like, oh my god, these guys are following me. There's too many of them. I need to get some ground. You're gonna come this way, and you're gonna actually aggro even more undead. You do wish there were consequences for going to get the mages from the circle tower, especially if you have to do all of the broken circle quest. Yes, exactly. I think that it would absolutely be fine if you do go to get the circle. Like, you should be allowed to do it, but I do think that there should be consequences for it. It doesn't make sense that you can just do it. You have to go through all of the quests. You haven't done anything for the mages yet. And, you know, you're just supposed to, like, spend who knows how many hours or possibly days, right? Because you also get trapped in the sloth demon realm, in the Fade, in a nightmare. And you have to get out of there. Maybe it's a few hours. I think that Niall, in that nightmare at the end, tells you that for you it would have just been a few hours, but for him, he had been powering the whole nightmare for days. But even so, it's like, okay, a few hours in the demon realm, in the Fade, but there would have also been multiple hours before that, fighting demons, having to rest here and there wherever you can. So it would take quite a long time, and then it also takes you about 2 days or so, probably, unless you're traveling by boat from Redcliffe. Maybe it just takes you like 1 day or half a day to travel. Yeah, no, still quite a lot of travel. I don't know how to. I actually wish that there weren't just consequences for this particular thing, but I wish that there were consequences actually for the quests that you choose to do, all of the main quests that you choose to do in the order that you choose to do them. Not necessarily like the types of consequences that say, oh, you can't do quest at all, but I think it would have been very interesting, for example, if you get more allies if you go to certain places early, and you get less allies if you go there later. With some exceptions, like, for example, if you go to the Circle Tower early, you could get more mages or more Templars because you managed to save more of them before they get attacked by the demons. And if you go late, you're not going to find everyone alive. you know, there's gonna be less mages that you get. You already just get like 12 mages or something like that in the final battle. Maybe you could get just like 10 or 9 or 5 or something. And same thing with the Templars. They would be like halved or something if you went too late to assist the circle. Same thing with the Dalish elves, because they are under the curse and turning into werewolves or dying from the curse. And some of them would probably be mercy killed by Zathrian so that they don't turn into werewolves, and stuff like that. So that would be, I think that would be something interesting. Um, yeah, I understand why they didn't, with how much work that would be as well, but it would be so cool. Like I kind of wanted at some point to see, you know, if there were a group of modders for Dragon Age Origins that would come together. I think that they would be able to make something like this happen, because essentially what you would need to do would be change some flags, something like check the number of main quests that have been completed before you start this particular main quest. Like before you go past the, like when you go past the doors in the circle tower and you're locked in there, check how many quests have been, many main quests have been completed, and change some stuff about the number of demons that you find. For example, you just find more demons, so it's a bit harder to do, and also change the amount of allies that you're going to get in the final battle. For modders who just have to work on this little thing, I don't think it would be that much work, but I understand it would have been a lot of work initially for the game devs to try to do something like that. Okay, you can run away. It's safe. We saved Valena. That means we're gonna be able to buy the Boots of Diligence um, from Owen. Oh no, same thing here. Don't go into that room. Just let these undead come to you. It's just the same principle. Just let them trickle in through the doorway. You also get to do something like this, like the flame blast spell is very nice, or like a cone of cold or something. Anything that can damage them in a cone is very nice for that particular purpose. Let's see, can I manage these 3? We're here. Let's flame blast. Yes. In the meantime, one of them died, but it's fine. Man, Sten doesn't have a lot of health. He keeps being very low health, and I don't quite understand why. How much constitution does he have? He has 17 constitution. How much health does my character have? 24. Okay, that is a significant bonus that I have. So I'm not gonna be nasty to Sten. He's doing the best that he can, considering the amount of health that he has. And I also have way better armor than him. Like I have 22 armor, and Sten has 13. So, you know, he's taking a lot more damage than me. It makes sense. Makes sense that he is lower health way more often than my warden. All right. Little basement here. I don't think I'm gonna be. Oh, maybe I can open this one up. This one was always had quite a high level, so sometimes I wasn't able to open it, but I was able to open it. There was one frozen lightning. It was so not worth opening. This one here has a love letter for the Correspondence Interruptus quest. I don't actually want to pick it up because it's actually gonna give me a codex entry, and we don't want to do that quest anyway. It's not worth it for the money, and it's gonna give us more experience than we need, and it's not gonna give us a lot of money. Yeah, you can't pick on Sten. He's just a little guy. Well, in terms of stats, anyway, yeah, he's a little guy. His stats are not very good now. I'm gonna do my best to upgrade them with gear, but there's only so much gear that you can find that upgrades these attributes and stuff. So we'll see. He's doing his best. And honestly, he's doing a decent amount of damage, especially because he has his actual sword, Masala. Especially if we're going to give him a better rune than just one that has +1 cold damage, he's going to do a decent amount of damage, at least. In terms of damage, oh god, I just remembered we have the Revenant fight here. Let's try to do it once without the help of the knights, because yeah, we can get the knights to come help us, but let's see, can we fight a Revenant? Hold on, can we get up the stairs first to take out? Nope. We're gonna go up the stairs anyway to try to take these guys out first. Morgan's just going to go here. Oh no. Oh no. The Revenant is very scary. I think we want Alistair to come attack the Revenant, and you know what? I think Alistair should try to use a poison if we have one. Like this Deathroot extract has a chance to stun enemies. I need to craft some more of it, but yeah, we're gonna get Sten to do, Alistair to do that, to try to stun. We're gonna chug a potion. There's a lot of corpses here, let's just blame them up. Hold on. I am pausing the stream a little bit, because there might be an ad. I'm gonna wait for a few seconds, just in case. Hope we're good now. Saw that there was an ad, so I paused. Oh, Sten has gone down. Sten has gone down, unfortunately. There is only so much that you can do. I will need to use a regular health poultice here. It's it is not good. It's not. It is a hard fight, but I didn't want to get the assistance of the knights because I kind of felt like that was too easy. Like this, you know, we're fighting with our own forces, just with our own powers. Yeah, we managed to fight the Revenant. Look at that. Even on hard difficulty, only on our own. Only Sten fell, and it makes sense. He doesn't have very good gear. But we managed to fight a full Revenant. These guys are quite tough, even at low levels. It doesn't matter what your level is, they still have a very high level. Should I get those knights involved at all? Wait, why did I find a box of jewelry? Did you see that? Hold on. What was that? In this... What is this? A lockbox of jewelry. I have never in my entire life looted this item. I didn't know this item existed. What is that? Box of jewelry? Have you seen this item before? I've never seen this item. I don't know if this is something that used to be in the game and Qwinn's Fixpack made it, like, restored it to the game, and I just never came across it. But I've done the Redcliffe quest many times, and I've never seen this item. Yeah, I've never heard of this. I have no idea where I have this from. It was just here in this barrel over here. I'm gonna have to read after the stream or sometime tomorrow. I'm gonna have to read through the changes of Qwinn's Fixpack. Maybe that restores this item that was supposed to be in the game, because I swear I don't have that many mods that affect gameplay, and I certainly don't have mods that should affect loot other than a few special items that were just restored to the game or something like that. That was very interesting. I've never seen that item in my life. Hello, Sir Perth. It's very nice to see you in your shining armor. Yes, let's go to the hall. Wow, that was that was pretty cool. I've never seen that before. why this loading screen is taking so long. Maybe the game is also shocked at the fact that I found that lockbox. I never really understood here. Was Ban Tegan doing this kind of dance while he was while he had free will? Or was he being controlled by the demon to dance like that? Like, I still have no idea why Ban Tegan is dancing like that. Like, is he just trying to do his best to entertain the demon? Or is he being mind controlled by the demon? Because he's just kind of like sitting like that, and I kind of feel like Ban Tegan would not sit like that when armed people came in if he was in control of his own mind. Yeah, you always assume he was being controlled. Yeah, I think that makes sense because, like, it's really weird. He's just sitting there. He's just kind of sitting there and watching everyone. And he doesn't seem to care. Here I am, haha. Yeah, I think he's mind controlled. Yeah, I like him better this way, no more yelling. Now he amuses me. So that's what I mean. Like, this demon who is possessing Connor seems to be so powerful. Yeah, he's definitely acting out of character. It's very weird, but yeah, like, this demon who's possessing Connor can mind control Ban Tegan, control an army of undead creatures, and who knows what else. It is really weird. Yeah, alright, let's fight Ban Tegan. Oh, oh, that's very nice. I kind of forgot that if you bring Sir Perth here in the hall with you, he helps you out. That was just like one of those things that's quite nice. Let me just burn these guards really quick. Oh no, I also burned his ult. What a shame. What a shame. It would be so bad if she died. We're gonna kill her anyway. We're gonna get Qwinn to help us. And that gets this nasty lady to die anyway. It would be such a shame. This fight's fairly easy as well. These enemies don't have very high armor. Like, I think these guards do have heavy chainmail, but I think it's just made out of steel, like tier 3, so it's not very high armor. Like, we essentially have the same amount of armor that they do at this point, or even higher in my case. What are our options? Qwinn is in the dungeons. We're gonna talk to him. It's something to consider. Yes, Isolde. Yes. Are you sure you're ready to die? Yes, she is. Let's do it. Let's enter the Fade. We let Qwinn cast the ritual. Yes, Morgan can do it. It would be a shame if we killed his sword too soon. Yeah, it was too soon. We're only killing her right now. But really, did he have to kill her in this way? Like, did it really have to be like this that he killed her? Like, a lot of blood mages, when they cast blood magic, they are just usually using a knife to either slice their own skin or slice someone else's skin open to get to the blood. I don't really understand why it had to be this dramatic looking, you know what I mean? This looks more like blood bending from Avatar. Kind of kind of weird. It's a bit like weird because like all of the other kind of instances of blood magic that we see are not this flashy. Morgan disapproves because I didn't ask her if she wanted to go help kill the demon. Wow, thank you. We don't actually need to talk to Arl Eamon, we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna keep going until we can get to the demon. I have to, I think, just attack the demon. Excuse me for that close-up of unmentionables. These are desired demons. It is what it is. Yeah. Morgan does not like to be volunteered. To be fair, Morgan also doesn't really care and probably doesn't really understand fully why we're going to help Arl Eamon and why we're going through all of this effort to get. Oh no, he resisted that entire spell. Oh, that's bad. Oh, this is bad. I only have a few spells. And the thing is, my staff. Okay, he didn't resist this one. Thankfully, he didn't resist that one because like my staff does fire damage. So the only thing that can damage a rage demon is Winter's Grasp. If he resists it, it's bad. It's really bad. But yeah, like, I kind of understand why Morgan doesn't understand really why we need Arl Eamon and doesn't really understand why we're helping the village. Because she grew up in the wild. She doesn't really, at this point in her life, so early in life, she doesn't understand politics. She doesn't really understand the value of using these high, sort of like high-born people in who are respected and in political, and have like these fancy titles and stuff like that. She doesn't really get it necessarily. So, you know, kind of men, you know, it kind of makes sense that she's like, well, yeah, I don't really like to be volunteered for something that, okay, I did kill that guy. Oh god, okay. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna burn the demon, heal myself. This is a bit tricky when you only have 3 spells available, I'll tell you that. Okay, we got that demon too. Like, for example, Dragon Age Inquisition Morrigan. Dragon Age Inquisition Morrigan absolutely understands the value of politics and stuff like that, but she's had time to learn, she's had time to grow and all that. Okay. We will force a final confrontation with the demon. Now, is there... Our auto attacks are not, like, they do 12 damage, it's not terrible. But I do need to... Okay, which one is the demon? I think it's this one. The one that has the light around it. I think the demon cast a misdirection hex, or is this a repulsion? Hold on, let me look at the icon of it. This is a glyph of repulsion, so as long as I don't move, I don't think she might actually repel herself. I don't know how that works. Okay, that's good. It's good. This can be a bit difficult if she resists your spells, especially Winter's Grasp. Like, Winter's Grasp is one of the best spells that you can cast against her, but Thankfully, this time we were lucky, and we were able to beat her quite easily. Even just Morgan with 3 spells, 3 basic spells, she was able to beat this demon. That's nice. The version of the demon that you fight if you just try to kill the demon outright is harder than the version that you can fight in the Fade. It's actually more difficult to defeat the one in real life because obviously it's an abomination because the demon possessed Connor, and so it got all of his power as well as the power of the demon. Makes sense. So yeah, this I think was the best choice for us to just um, use the blood magic ritual for this, because like we're not gonna have the mages help, because I'm gonna save the mages, but then I'm just gonna say that they should be investigated for stuff. Okay, we will seek out the urn of sacred ashes to your Arl Eamon. And we're gonna steal some stuff from this castle. Not any books or anything like that, just regular stuff. I will need to get Liliana in here just to steal a few things from the people with yellow names. But we're gonna get into this. We're gonna get into this chamber very soon. I actually don't know if we can get the Chamberlain anymore. I think you can only get the Chamberlain undead guy if you tell people that you want to wait before you make a decision. I might have made a mistake there because I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna let me open the vault door if my characters don't have high enough skills. Oh, I'm gonna get a blank vellum from here. You do also get a book, to be fair. It's not the worst thing in the world. We're gonna try to go to the main floor first to get some loot from there, but I do think that I might not be able to open the vault, which is a shame because there's good value things that you can sell from there. But I'll check with both Liliana and just trying to bash open the lock. There's a dead guard here. I didn't really understand sort of like why these dead bodies stay here, but Ban Tegan survived the fight that you did, because you could have just fought them and knocked them all unconscious. I don't think it makes that much sense. Okay, do these things still attack us, or no? No, at this point they don't, unfortunately. Oh no, I didn't mean to open this cabinet like this. Thankfully, we didn't lose out on anything, but I want to get Liliana for this purpose. Just because she might be able to unlock stuff without breaking it open, without having to break it open. We need to exit the castle, I think. I'm not sure if I can change my... if I can change my party here in the courtyard, or if I have to go all the way back to the village. We'll have to see. But we finished this part of the quest. We also finished up those, if those guys wanted to survive the fight, they should have just been as tough as Tegan. Yeah, they probably would have been. Like, I guess they have to be as tough, because I guess especially if the demon was controlling them, it would probably be very difficult to knock them out in such a way that the demon wouldn't be able to control them anymore. And maybe Actually, maybe the reason why Tegan survives that fight isn't because you just knocked him unconscious, but it's because there was still a part of Connor that didn't want his uncle to die, and so the demon couldn't get him to fight to the death. Whereas the demon didn't really care about, Connor didn't really care about the guards that much. Maybe that's why um, Tegan survives. We're just gonna go to camp. Actually, it's kind of stupid to say I'm gonna go to camp in Redcliffe Castle, but just go with it. It's fine. I just want to go to camp so that I don't accidentally get I don't get like a random encounter. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I do know that there obviously we see throughout the entire quest that whenever we talk to Connor, there he does have moments when he is able to push through and fight the demon's influence enough to be able to talk and control himself for little bits. Alistair, I really don't get why he gets so pissy about this. Like it's so dumb. He just gets so pissy about these things, and it's just like, Alistair, this was a horrible situation where a child mage who apparently had a lot of magical power got possessed by a powerful demon who was literally commanding armies of undead. Um, there's no way that ends amazingly for anyone. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was talking about Connor and how he does fight the demon's influence, and so I think that maybe that's, you know, Tegan surviving is part of that. It's the same reason why I think Isolde is left alive, and despite the fact that the demon, after making the bargain, doesn't really need Arl Eamon to stay alive, and yet he's being kept alive still. Man, what is this box of jewelry? I am fascinated by the box of jewelry that we found. I'm like, what is this? A locked box of jewelry. That's the only thing that it says, and it says the type of treasure that this is generic. This is a type that's a gem. This is a gem. This is also a gem. Yeah, so blank vellums are generic as well, so maybe this is just an item that is like extremely rare. Like it has like something like a 0.1% chance or something to spawn. Alistair checked the wiki and knows there would be no consequences to going to the tower. Yeah, you know what? Alistair does seem like the kind of guy who would check the wiki and he's like, no, actually, you could just go to the tower and it would be totally fine. So you should do that. Because there's no consequences, so why wouldn't you, you know? Alistair knows he's in a video game and he's like, no, you could have done better. You could have gone to the tower and you could have saved everyone and no one would have to die. And it's just like, Alistair, as old as the lady who was so upset at the fact that you existed within the castle, that she got you kicked out of the castle and sent to live in the chantry, which you hated. So maybe, I don't know why he gets so upset at the fact that Isolde dies. You know, he's like, he should hate Isolde for what she did to him. Like she kicked him out of his nice life in the castle. Speaking of the wiki, the box of jewelry isn't even on there. Wow, that's very interesting. It must be one of those items that might have been initially in the game files but never got implemented in the game, and maybe Qwynn's Fixpack implements it. I don't know. Like I I really do want to check Qwynn's Fixpack for that now. To see. I'm gonna give Liliana my helmet, which is going to make me unequipable. No, it's fine. We'll just have Liliana steal from these people normally. What do we get? A health poultice. It's not a bad thing. I don't think we got something else. We also have this crystal here. Man, the box of jewelry. I'll check it out. I think I have the README file that talks about what Qwynn's Fixpack affects. So I will check that out. I think those are the only two people. Sir Perth and Bantegan are the only two people who have a yellow name. There's also Arl Eamon, but he's kind of in a magical coma in bed. I don't necessarily know if I'm gonna be able to steal from him. Let's try to open this chest. Okay. So Liliana did have a good enough skill to open the chest. Maybe she's gonna be able to open the door to the vault too. And after I do that, I'm gonna quickly check out the README of Qwynn's Fixpack, just to see if there's anything interesting there about the box of jewelry, because otherwise I'm like, I have no idea where that came from. Where is the vault's over there, but do we have any chests around here that I didn't open? No, I don't think so. Okay. We're just gonna try to open this up normally. Okay, so she has an insufficient skill. Not able to lock bash with these characters. Would I be able to lock bash it? Doesn't seem like it. We might have to come back here when I have a higher strength score. Because I forgot that the guy, the undead chamberlain, is only there if you I mean, look, I can unequip my armor for a second and give this to Liliana and see if the extra 2 points help her out. Oops, that's not Liliana, excuse me. No, it doesn't help her out. I do have still a +1 to all attributes from Alistair. Maybe this. No, still insufficient skill. Okay. We're gonna give Alistair back his ring, and we're also gonna give him the knife. We're gonna give me the helmet and the armor. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna... I'm sure that later, when I have a higher strength, I will be able to unlock that. But for now... Seems like it should be easy to steal from a guy in a coma. I mean... You're not wrong. You really aren't wrong. We're gonna try to do it, I guess. So I'm not sure if this version of Arl Eamon has anything to steal. No way, you can't interact with him. No. Oh my god, I can't believe it. I thought I thought I was just gonna interact with him and it was gonna tell me that there's nothing to steal. But the game is not letting me steal from a guy who's in a magical coma. No. Why would you do that? Why can't I steal from him? Let me steal from Arl Eamon. Oh my god. Well, we solved that mystery. We're not able to steal from Arl Eamon while he is in his magical coma. Not because he doesn't have anything on his person, just because the game does not want to let us. You know, the game lets us, like, kill Connor and sacrifice elves and all sorts of evil stuff, but it draws the line at stealing from Arl Eamon while he's in a coma. That's the point at which the game is like, nope, that is one step too far. Oh yeah, I said, hold on, let me just save the game so that if I alt-tab, it doesn't crash on me. And then I'm gonna look through Qwynn's Fixpack real quick for the box of jewelry, because I'm like, what is that? Hold on. We're gonna say Connor exercised, because that's what we did. And I am just going to real quick open up the file readme for Qwynn's Fixpack. So the readme, I think, should have the details. So let's search for jewelry. Am I able to find anything? Nope. I am not finding anything called box of jewelry in here. That is very interesting. Because there is a thing called item restorations, but we have a tattered notebook, ancient elven boots, botanist's map of Thedas, dwarven defender, Nugbane Gregoire's shield, gateway amulet, dead metal bucket, north ward, Shapert's blessing, Endrin's mace, greater tome of the mortal vessel, greater elixir of grounding recipe, fade wall partial restoration, robes of the gifted partial restoration, remarkable diamond, and remarkable garnet. That's it. I am not seeing anything to do with an item called box of jewelry. So maybe this box of jewelry thing, was just in the game, but it had such a low possibility of being looted that it's just never been found before. It seems to me really strange that I would find it, but I just don't have this stuff. Huh. That's weird. Okay. Let's go back to the game anyway. That's really, really weird. I'm not selling this because I want to keep this in my inventory because I want to like take screenshots of it and stuff and ask people. Like, I'm gonna post about this on the Dragon Age subreddit and ask people if they know where this came from, if anyone has ever looted this before. And if they know, what if it comes from a mod that doesn't actually say it adds this to the game, but maybe it adds it without telling you? Yeah, we have to find out. So I'm not gonna sell this to Gorham. I'm gonna take screenshots of it and stuff. But yeah, like such a low possibility that I'm the first person to ever loot it in 15 years. Or well, I mean, it's possible that I guess if it has a low possibility to loot it, other players might have found it. But because it's just like, I think this is just supposed to be a generic loot item that you can find, like these quartz, greenstone, and everything, which is just like something that you sell. So I don't think it's supposed to be special, but for some reason it has an extremely low drop rate. And I'm the one who finds it? Like, that sounds unlikely. But like, I don't know any mod that would add this. Most of the mods that I have are stuff that affect, like, either like are bug fixes or affect the visuals of the game. I am fascinated by this. I'm actually as well going to look through the toolset, the Dragon Age toolset, and see if I can find any details about this item. Because now I'm like super fascinated by this one rare item that I found. Is there a point in going to Redcliffe Village? Yes, there is, so that we can talk to Owen and buy from him the boots. He's also gonna give me the shielded dwarven armor as a reward for saving his daughter. Yes. I'm also gonna remember where I found that jewelry box, just to see if in a different playthrough I also find it in that same spot, because maybe they ended up like adding it with a low possibility to drop in a specific container, and it's just there that you can find it. I don't know. The weirdest part is as well that I would imagine that loot would get better if I was a higher level, but I'm just level 9 right now. I'm not super high level, so I don't really know if there would be anything. Oh, you know, there is a mod that I have that adds these people here. Wait, who is this guy? Wait, who 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 is this guy? What is this? He has a box of jewelry in the Harding's wares. So I was gonna say, I remember that I got a mod that adds Scout Harding as a child. She's supposed to be somewhere around here as a younger teenager or something like that. Adds Harding to the game. Maybe that's what added the box of jewelry into the game as well, because there's this guy and he sells one of these. He sells a lot of these things. He sells like clothes and robes, and that's interesting. I'm not gonna buy anything from this guy. Uh, because you know he's not like in the vanilla game, and also like the only thing that I could buy from him are like gifts and stuff. But where is Harding? Lace, look at that. There, I remember that. There's this, but I thought that the only thing that this mod added was Lace Harding, who just kind of like runs around. And she's supposed to be sort of like a teenager. Um, I haven't been able to click on her yet. She runs so fast. Hold on, stop running. She doesn't seem to say anything. She doesn't seem to say any. Oh, safe travels. And I also think that I don't have the sound on right now for dialogue, but I do believe that the modder added some voice lines taken from Dragon Age Inquisition with the voice actress's voice. I'm not entirely sure. But that would be so weird, because like I only got that mod because it says it adds Harding as a little NPC to Redcliffe, because this is where she grew up. And it would make sense that during the events of Dragon Age Origins, she would be somewhere around here. But I didn't think that it would add anything else, because it didn't say that it would add anything else. Let's see, is there anything that would help me? Careless Accusations has a few interesting pieces of gear that we could either use or sell. So I think that particular quest is worth doing. I don't think these other ones are. But we will pick that one side quest up. I mean, I can pick up, technically speaking, a lot of different side quests, but I don't want to accidentally finish some of the ones that I don't want to finish. I guess I can also check out that particular mod that adds Harding and see if there was something like a README file. And it says, oh yeah, by the way, I also add this merchant guy who sells stuff and random boxes of jewelry around here. I'm kind of confused. Caravan Down doesn't really do anything other than mostly XP for killing Darkspawn. Same thing with Brothers and Sons. I think you kind of kill some wolves and stuff in Darkspawn. Skin Deep and Desperate Haven. Yeah, none of these are very useful for us for money purposes. And I don't think that the Blackstone Irregulars also have very good things. There would be the one with Dereliction of Duty, where some of these deserters have maybe some items, but the items that they have are not very good. Um, I'm not gonna choose any of these for now. We will see. I do have a chest, but I don't know. I don't think Liliana should try to open that one. It shouldn't really have much in it. But we can speak to Owen and tell him that we saved Valena. Thank you for the dwarven armor, but I also need to purchase something from you. So, Pyromancer's brand is just worse than Torch of Embers, which Morgan already has, which you can get from Denim. So, we don't need that one. But here, there are the Boots of Diligence, which we will be able at some point, maybe, to equip. I think so. I'm not 100% certain. I am hoping that that is the case. I'm hoping that my ward is going to be able to reach 34 strength with the Fade fonts and various bonuses to strength from equipment. Maybe. Oh, look! Owen is one of the people who has a Silverite rune. Honestly, I think I'm gonna get this one. I will get the Silverite rune. It's an expert one. And I'm also gonna pick up this expert flame rune. I'm not gonna pick up the other ones, but those are pretty good. We don't need this metal shard; it's very cheap. But we will sell the rest of our stuff, other than the box of jewelry, of course, to Gorham in that room. Man, but it's so weird that mod would just add an extra item that's like general loot that you can find everywhere, or was that just added to Redcliffe? I am still kind of confused about why that mod added the box of jewelry. Okay. So we finished Redcliffe. We just have to cure Arleman with the Sacred Ashes. But I don't think I can do the Urn of Sacred Ashes right now because the Drakes and some of the cultists are really, really difficult to fight. We finished Hanleith, we finished Soldier's Peak. This might be a good moment for return to Ostagar before we go and try to do the mages and elves. I'll go to Denim. We might travel a little bit to Orzammar to purchase the Life Giver ring as well. Because while this has been doable so far, I'm a bit afraid of both the mage and the elven quest. Interestingly enough, I'm actually less scared of the dwarven quest because there's not as many people who can, like, there's not as many enemies who can do really bad things to you there. Like, the worst enemies in the entire dwarven quest that are bad, the only ones are the ogres because they can use grab and stuff on you. Everyone else is kind of fine. But I'm scared of the mages, I'm scared of the Templars in the Circle Tower, and I'm very scared of... Oh no, I have Liliana with me for this fight against Sevran. Oh, Liliana, why are you here? Honestly, I'm just gonna give her this sword. It at least has more damage than a dagger. She doesn't have any dual-handed, like, dual weapon things anyway. This is gonna be pretty. This is gonna be pretty bad. I'm sorry, Liliana. That's all I have for you. We have to manage without a mage, and with Liliana in our party, who is not equipped for a fight at all. Okay. We have to kill this particular traveler first. She is a mage. That is the most important thing we have to do. We're gonna save just to have a save after that initial cutscene. And now we are going to try to kill this lady and Zevron. Well, we're not killing Zevron, we're just getting him to be... We have to kill her real quick. Okay, she didn't get to cast her spell. I don't think, at least. Hold on. I can't sit with my back to these people. Knock everyone back. Knocks everyone down. Oh my god, it's so funny to see Liliana with a huge sword. Holy, look at that. Look at Liliana with a big sword. Oh my god, she's so funny. Actually, I am quite into the idea of Liliana being this dainty rogue. She's a bard. She's super gentle and graceful and everything. And then, oops, I stepped in the trap. I tried to avoid it, and then actually, I think that was Alistair stepping in all the traps. I didn't see him behind me. But I love the idea of like Liliana being just so graceful and everything, and then you just see her pull out a huge two-handed sword and just pelt, just like wielding it like this and just like waving it around, just slashing everyone up with a huge sword. This fight can be such a pain in the ass, yeah. I agree. Liliana sneakily stabbing people in the back with a spy hander. Look at that. Look, oh, you do, and you actually, it's an interesting thing. The two-handed weapon does have a really weird animation that is a special animation for a stab attack. For some reason, BioWare was like, you know what? We're gonna let players equip two-handed weapons on rogues and use those two-handed weapons for backstabs. So we're gonna add this special animation for a particular kind of swing that's supposed to be kind of a backstab that you do with a two-handed weapon. I don't really know what they were thinking, but I am glad that they left that in the game, because now I love this so much and I absolutely want, like, in a different playthrough where I can actually use stats and abilities and like pump Liliana's strength, for example, I am absolutely gonna make Liliana with a two-handed sword. I'm gonna make a two-handed build for a rogue. Absolutely, we have to do that now. It is too funny. Hello, Zevron. Challenge run where the rogues only use two-handed weapons and the warriors only use daggers or bows. Yes. Yes. That sounds very good. Very well. I accept your offer because my game is being a bit stuttery and I'm afraid that if I talk to him too much, that my game is gonna crash. Okay. Let us... This is very good. This is very good. I'm sorry, Liliana, but your two-handed build right now is not very good in this challenge. So we're gonna have to use Zevron instead. Okay, let me respecialize Zevron so that he gets just like everyone else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, and poison making. Let me think here. I'm not actually entirely sure what I want to do. These things, unfortunately, if you wanted to get coup de grace, you can't get it at level 1 because Combat movement requires level 4, and coup de grace requires level 8. You would need expert combat training for momentum, which is a very good one. I think what I'm going to get is I'm going to get 2-hit dual weapon sweep, and I think I'm going to get dual weapon training and dual weapon finesse. It would give him 5 attack and 5 defense, and, well, dual weapon training for sure. And then it's kind of a question between stunning an enemy for like 2 seconds or something like that. It's just like 1-2 seconds because we have a full party, so it's not really a 4-second stun. It doesn't say in the description of this ability, but the amount of seconds that the target is stunned for is also based on your party size in some of these abilities. So this is not like, this is a useful stun because it's an automatic success unless the enemy is completely immune to stuns, but it's also just gonna do the, the enemy is only gonna be stunned for like a second or two. Unless you're playing as a solo character, in which case the enemy will be stunned for 4 seconds. So if you're playing as a solo character or with just like one other companion, then the stun is actually pretty significant. This one doesn't really do a lot of damage, though Zevran would have a decent amount of dexterity, so it might do a good amount of... No. I think the attack and defense bonus is just better. We're just gonna go with that. Or we could do Flurry. I usually don't like to use Flurry, but for the purpose of a rogue who doesn't have access to coup de grace, doesn't have access to momentum, Flurry actually has all of its attacks happen faster than your normal attacks, and they can all possibly be critical hits. Yeah, we're gonna do Flurry. Hi, Understanding Squared. I'm Engineer. I'm about to wrap up a year-long DAO-inspired 5e campaign. Some of your videos were used in the development and running of the campaign. Thanks for all the videos. Man, that's so cool. I was also thinking for a very long time to try to do a D&D campaign that was inspired by Dragon Age, that was happening in the world of Dragon Age, but was like slightly different than the main story of Dragon Age Origins. So that makes me so happy to hear that that you you played through a campaign, that you made a campaign of Dragon Age. That's so cool. Zevran can't assassinate you, but he can assassinate your FPS. Seemingly, yeah. The stun changes based on party size. Yes. I don't remember all of the abilities that have these kind of changes, but I know for sure that Dirty Fighting has the stun duration change based on your party size. I don't know why. Most other abilities that incapacitate enemies, like freezing effects and stuff like that, they can just have changes in duration, or the effect may not take hold if the target is of a higher rank. So like if you're casting it on an elite or a boss, the effect might not happen at all, or it might just be a very short effect. But no, Dirty Fighting, for some reason, yeah, it's based on party size. So for 4 seconds if you're solo, for 3 seconds if you have another party member, 2 seconds, and then if you have full party, essentially you're stunning a character for 1 second. I believe that's kind of what it boils down to. If you have a full party, you're just stunning the enemy for 1 second. It's still useful to try to reposition a little bit, to try to run away, but it's a very short stun. We're gonna have to give Zevran something new that isn't that. We're gonna give him... Well, hold on. We're gonna actually give... This Crow Dagger is gonna be his second weapon. Alistair, I'm sorry, but you are gonna get this. Zevran needs more dexterity, so Alistair, I'm sorry, also give me your armor. And the lucky stone, and the lucky stone. Give me everything you have. And give me your boots. Zevran is gonna get all of your stuff. He's gonna wear the battle dress. It's been a great campaign. Basically, followed the main plot of Dragon Age Origins with some changes to accommodate the assumptions of 5e. The players have already expressed interest in me running one based on Dragon Age 2. Whoa, that's also cool. I think Dragon Age 2 could be even more interesting because, especially if you give all of the players some different reasons to be in Kirkwall and to have a reason to kind of involve themselves with the kind of plot of Dragon Age 2. That could be really cool. That could be really interesting. Okay, so we have the battle dress. He doesn't have... How much dexterity does he have at this moment? 25! Oh, perfect. We just need to give him the lucky stone. He's going to have 26 dexterity, which means he gets to equip one of the best daggers in the game, the Edge. At least it's my favorite dagger in the game. I know. I don't know. Some people might prefer the Rose's Thorn over this, but I really like this one because look at that. 6 base damage plus 5. That is 11 damage. Guess what? My greatsword deals 12. The Edge deals 11 on its own without any runes, and you also get to have another dagger, which also deals a bunch of damage. It's really cool. We'll give Alistair this crow dagger, just so that he has something slightly nicer as a secondary weapon. Don't worry, I'm gonna put clothes on him. I'm gonna give him armor. I'm not gonna let him stay naked. He deserves some clothes too. But you know, yeah, I was thinking about keeping this shadow belt for Zevran. I remember his belt is way better because it gives him +2 dexterity, so it allows him to equip higher tier things. I can't use the shadow belt. I think I'm gonna give the shadow belt to Sten. Maybe he's gonna crit a bit more often. It's not terrible. Okay, but let's deal a bit with Alistair's whole vibe here. I want to be able to equip Shadow of the Empire on him, but he only has 19 dexterity. Yes. So he needs one more dexterity to be able to equip that one, Shadow of the Empire, but at the moment he can't, so I think I'm just going to give him armor. Just basic hardened leather armor. At least, well, he's getting the set bonus, but the set bonus kind of sucks. It's thought the leather armor would be better. It gives you a bonus to armor, but it is what it is. I think this is the best that we can do. With this one, I'm gonna save the game because it was a bit laggy. So I'm gonna say Zevran recruited, just in case I don't want the game to crash. It again, as I said as well in yesterday's stream, I do have the 4 GB patch and stuff like that. The game should not be crashing, but occasionally it can still crash in some areas, and if you use certain types of abilities, there were still some issues with the game in certain places. Mostly it should be pretty stable though. I haven't had much of an issue with it. Okay, we recruited Zevran, and I will like to do return to Ostagar, but I do think that after I do a bit more shopping around, I will end the stream because it is already 4:38 a.m. here in Romania, and that is very late. I do need to go to sleep, and I also need to give my cats some food before I go to sleep. So I'm gonna do a bit more shopping, a bit more preparation for tomorrow, or for the next time I stream. I'm not sure if it's gonna be tomorrow or not, but I will post about it in my posts on the channel, and I'll let you know. Back alley justice to kill the bandits. We do get a significant amount of money if we kill the bandits And we also help Sergeant Kylon with those two other tasks. At the end, after we've completed all three quests for him, he also gives us, I think, another 10 gold. That is quite useful. Missing in action? I don't think so. Fazlo's request? No. I'm not sure about these, how much money they give you, but Back Alley Justice is worth it for the extra 10 gold we can get from Sergeant Kylon. Let me check real quick if there are any additional quests here that might be worth it. A lot of warning. No. And there's the have you seen me? No. I think we're good on that. I will pick up the quest from Sergeant Kylon though to help him out. What do you need me to do? And we will do it. Sign me up, Sergeant. I don't actually know if I can persuade the mercenaries to go away, so we might have to kick them out with by fighting them, unfortunately. Because it does say here, well, it doesn't say here, but he did say, you know, don't kill them. Don't try to do it peacefully. But unfortunately, we don't have a very good, you know, skill in terms of persuasion. Oh yeah, let me sell Starfang. We're not going to be able to use it. That hurt a little bit, honestly. It hurt because Starfang is such a good weapon. It is generally one of the best two-handed weapons, and you can get it for free in the DLC, but it's just not good. Like, I just can't use it. This shielded dwarven armor, unfortunately, is just not very good either. We don't need this. I wanted to check my dog. I do. I'm going to use that. I'm not going to use cold resistance or electricity resistance. So those I can sell. We don't need this. Okay. I don't know why I'm keeping this chantry robe. I don't really need it. Iron rings. Lyrium potion, injury kit. Greater. Hold on. Greater elixir of grounding and lesser elixir of grounding. Man, I got quite a lot of these. Look at this. I already had like 3 lesser ones, 4 with the one that I just sold and this greater one. I really don't know why. Like, there are very few enemies that deal lightning damage. I think there are a few abominations that might be able to cast lightning, and same with like some spellcasters who can cast either lightning or chain lightning. But that's pretty much it. So I don't really know why you would care that much about this. It's not really a problem most of the time. And this box of jewelry, I will check it. I will look up, you know, and we can just destroy it. If it is something that's added by a mod, I'm not gonna like use the money. I'll just destroy it. But I'm very curious because it looks like something that could have been in the game, and was just like properly implemented by a modder, maybe. I'm not gonna need this book because we're not gonna have Qwinn. We have stuff here. We don't need frozen lightning, no. We can keep the spare shards though. Okay, so we finished the main quest. Well, yeah, we finished the main quest, the part with Arl Eamon, the first half. We're gonna go buy some stuff now. I don't have a lot of money, but I should be able to afford the Life Giver ring and maybe another thing, but I don't even know what I want. I know I want a Life Giver ring, and Andrew's Blessing gives me an extra attribute point for my Warden, but other than that, I don't really know if I want anything. Well, runes, I guess. We can get some big runes. So I was worried initially that I was like, oh, I might want the Rose's Thorn, I might want um, the amulet, the spell word that Bodan has for sale, but I actually realized that some of these items you don't necessarily need unless you're doing a specific kind of build. And since there is not a lot of build variety and there's not much that I can do in terms of builds in this challenge, a lot of those items end up being kind of useless. Is this cunning thing? This is worth it for Liliana so that she can steal. So I will buy the Quicksilver Arming Cap. This is not worth it. Doesn't have anything interesting here. I don't think we need any of these to sell to people. Okay, so that's what I'm going to buy from Legnar, and now we're going to go to Garen. Oh yeah, I wanted to go into Dust Town, and before we were attacked by some thugs, and I didn't want to fight them because I wanted to make sure that I traveled everywhere and while I was as low a level as possible. But now we can go to Dust Town. Let me see your wares. Yeah, like the Rose's Thorn is nice, but it's extremely expensive. If we can buy it, I might buy it later, and just like use it maybe on Zevran, but I also need to make sure that Zevran can actually reach 30 dexterity. Because I don't think that he currently has 30 dexterity, and I'm not entirely sure. Maybe with full approval he might be able to reach 30 dexterity, so we might use this later. But there's only so much money that I can get in the game, and I don't want to spend it on something that I don't necessarily need. So we're gonna buy the Life Giver ring. I think I'm gonna buy this. No, that is so expensive. The Remarkable Diamond is so expensive. I was thinking about buying that to be able to gift it to Shale for her approval, but damn, that is very expensive. No, I'm not buying that. I'm going to put this instead of the Band of Fire, and I'm going to give the Band of Fire to Sten, who had some trouble earlier staying alive. Do we have any people who are like elite here? Well, there's Dagna, so let's change... Hold on. We're going to change Alistair for now. I'm just going to give Liliana a couple of things so that she can... Oops, I opened the console again. I keep doing that sometimes when I try to just replace, like, switch my characters out. Let's see, what did we steal from Dagna? Was it a health poultice again? That's so boring, I want to steal something cooler. I believe that Qwynn's Fixpack adds back an item that you can steal from this. I did not mean to go past your post, my dude. I just wanted to steal from you. But yeah, I believe you can steal from this guy the crossbow Nugbane. It's not actually a very good crossbow necessarily, like you don't... I didn't mean to go past your mine thing, jeez. He keeps thinking that I'm interested in talking to him. Anyway, Nugbane is not a very good crossbow, but then again, most crossbows are not actually very good weapons. But we might as well pick it up, It's interesting. This one has rapid aim on it. The Antique Warden crossbow. The Imperium crossbow has increased damage versus demons. I don't know. I don't know if any of these are worth it. I'm just kind of collecting them in my inventory, I guess. I don't think there's any reason for me to do the Nug Wrangling quest. I don't think so. Is there any reason to go up in the Diamond Quarter? Yes. To have Liliana open the locked chest in the Shaperate. If she can. I'm not sure she can, but we'll try. Man, I'm actually like really excited for the idea of the challenge run where rogues only use two-handed weapons and warriors only use daggers or bows. That's actually that is such a fun challenge run. I think it's gonna be very funny. Just like from the visual perspective of seeing these like skinny rogues dressed in leather armor, or maybe I'm just gonna like also dress them in like heavy armors and stuff. And it's just like they're so sneaky. They are just so sneaky. Don't worry about it. They're just sneakily stabbing people in the back with a huge ass sword, but don't worry about it. You know, they're so sneaky, no one can tell. Here's someone to steal from, Lady Dace. Let's go, Liliana. I don't know what we stole from her. Another spirit shard, really? That's just one of the lowest value things that you can steal. It's just such a disappointment every time. I don't actually know which codex entries I need around Orzammar. There's like 4 of them or something like that. Did I go to observe the Chamber of the Assembly? I'm not sure. We can go in the Shaper and in the Chamber of the Assembly just in case. I'm not sure if we should do the quest about the book that was stolen from the Shaperate. We could, technically speaking, sell it to that book collector and make a bit of money, but I'm not sure if it also gives us a bunch of XP, because you don't get a lot of money from it, so it's not necessarily worth it. What did Orta have here? What I stole from Orta and from the other guy? I have no idea what I stole from them. It didn't actually... Maybe I just stole some money? I'm not sure. There's another Shaper here. We can also steal from him. He gave me an injury kit. I saw that one. Oh, we got a Shaper's Amulet. I think we got a Shaper's Amulet from the Shaper. That's kind of a fun little thing to have, like a unique thing. You can steal the Shaper's Amulet from the Shaper. There are a lot of codex entries here. I don't actually think that I need to interact with all of these. Okay, we did not have sufficient skill. We might actually lose the boots here. I hope not, but it might happen. Okay. Oh, the gloves, I'm sorry. The gloves of diligence. Okay, it did not happen, but it could have happened. There was a chance. So I need 34 strength for these. I do think the set of diligence is the best set that my warden specifically can wear, because she can reach 34 strength. And we are going to give the warden commander set to Sten once we get the full diligence set, which is actually not that difficult to get. I do think that if you are able to get past the cultists and the drakes in Haven, you can just go a little bit, like, you can get through the gauntlet much easier than the initial cavern with the dragons and stuff and cultists. We might want to try to get the armor. But I think the next main quest should probably be... Oh, we can steal a unique shield from this guy. We can steal the champion's shield. Hold on. Look at this. we have stolen this champion shield. Has a huge plus 12 defense. Unfortunately, it's just a large shield, which is not as... It doesn't have as good base stats as a regular shield. Like, you know, a kite shield, or even better, a heavy shield. But it's pretty nice. Since it's free and it gives you 12 defense, it's not bad. Oh yeah, we should do this just to advance the main dwarven quest by a little bit. These guys are fighting. They're arguing and they can't make up their minds, and then we get kicked out. Perfect. That is all that we needed to do. We might need to talk to this guy, I'm not sure. Oh, this guy had a lesser ice salve. It's completely useless, but he had it. Okay, now we're gonna be able to speak to people. Well, I mean, I guess I might as well speak to this. We're not gonna do this quest, but I just figured I'd pick it up anyway. Before we get out of Orzammar. We can also steal from Doolin, since he so very nicely came here. We stole 32 silver and 97 copper. That's quite nice. That's quite a nice amount to steal. There is a... There's a quest that we can pick up in Dust Town in Orzammar to smuggle lyrium to the Circle Tower. The problem that I have with that quest is that it's only really good for you if you are very good, if you have a high rank in persuasion and coercion, and we don't. We only have rank 1. If you only have rank 1, I don't think you can persuade Qwinn to give you a lot of money in return for the lyrium, so you can't sell it at a very high price. I think you do still make something like 20 gold. So it's not terrible. We could make 20 gold with that, which would help us be closer to being able to purchase the belt Andrew's Blessing, and also some more runes for our characters. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I will pick up the... Wow, this loading screen was very long. I felt like I was talking there forever, and it didn't want to go away. I don't think I want to get involved with these guys. That's just extra experience that I'm making sure not to get. And we're not particularly interested in what Figor has for sale. In the provings... Hold on, I just saw the captain of the guard. We can also steal from him. What do we have here? Maybe it was another spirit shard. I guess a lot of people have spirit shards around here. There's also Filda. I'm not sure if the merchant inside Jannar Armors is also elite. Let's see. Maybe? he's not. But I guess he's a merchant. Who knows? Maybe we get to steal something from him. No, it was just a lesser health poultice. Yeah, it's only worth stealing mostly from the enemies you know have something special, like a unique item, or from enemies that are high rank. Otherwise, most enemies are just not gonna give you anything useful. But look at that, Brother Burkle. He's got something. He had something already. It was another fucking spirit shard. Okay. Let's go. I will switch out my characters. No, actually, I think I'm going to keep Liliana for this because you can actually steal from the guy that you trade with, from the guy who sells you delirium. You can actually steal money from him. At least you can try to steal money from him. We'll see how good we are at this. Sorry, these loading screens, I think it might be that something occurs the longer you play the game. So since I have such a long session, it's 5 a.m. I think I've been playing exactly for 4 hours now, essentially. I think something might happen. Hold on. And Liliana stealing combat. No, that is master stealing. Okay. Now we're gonna have to kill these thugs on our own. We're gonna do it. Oh yeah, hold on. I have to position Zebra myself. This is the problem with rogues and why I generally speaking like to use the coup de grace passive, because they are generally speaking not able to. We need something important here. Deathroot extract to stun enemies. Oops. I just used the Deathroot extract on Zevran, and then he just immediately went away. God, that was so useless. I didn't need to do that at all. I did not pay attention to his health, unfortunately. Oh no, Alistair too. I think this might be our first death in the challenge. Yeah. Okay. The autosave happened when we were in the commons. Oh, there it goes, our first death. I'm actually gonna... Okay. I think I'm just gonna leave it here. My game might actually crash anyway, because I just clicked load game and nothing happened. But this is our first death in the challenge. Yeah, these... In Orzammar, I mean, you have to imagine, Orzammar's lowest level is like level 10, or something like that. I am barely... On paper, I am level 9 or something, but keep in mind that all of my stats are actually level 1 stats. I have used 5 attribute points, 3 skill points, and 3 ability points. That's it. So I am extremely under-leveled compared to these people, even with DLC items. I'm just going to save here, and I'm going to say, try to go to Dust Town. Try Dust Town. And that's what we're going to do next time. I'm going to try to go to Dust Town, kill those thugs, maybe without Liliana. We're going to leave Dust Town to just put Liliana back in, so that she can try to steal from Rojek, I think his name is, the one with the lyrium smuggling quest. That's what we're going to do next time. We're also going to go through the mage quest and possibly return to Ostagar for some extra stuff. Or maybe, no, Haven is too hard right now. I think we have to do the mage quest and maybe return to Ostagar before that to get some better gear. But thank you very much for tuning in. It's been fun as always to chat with you while playing through this challenge. It's been very interesting as well. We've kind of talked about some stuff like Ban Tegan being spared compared to the other guards because he was Connor's uncle and Connor had some power to protect him. Um, we discovered this very interesting item called Jewelry Box, which has disappeared from my inventory. Did I accidentally sell that item earlier? Or did it just disappear from my inventory when I reloaded the game? Hello? Um, what? Where, where's the jewelry box? There was a jewelry box, right? You guys remember I found a jewelry box in Redcliffe in a barrel? Did I sell it to someone? Hold on. 'Cause I remember specifically I said I wasn't going to sell it, but it's not in my inventory anymore. Did I didn't sell it to this guy, and it's not here anymore. What what happened? Hold on. Did I sell it to Garen by accident when I bought the life giver ring? I'm sorry, I was gonna end the stream. I'm gonna end it in just a second, but the jewelry box that I found, it just disappeared from my inventory. It's not here either. Well, because I didn't sell it. I would remember selling it if I did, but I didn't. Okay, hold on. I have this save game here. I'm gonna try to load this earlier quick save just to see if the jewelry box is there at all. Because I was talking about it when I bought the ring, so I would think that it's still here. It just disappeared. Like the mystery absolutely thickens of this jewelry box. Where did it go? It's just gone. I'm just gonna like quickly load this save too when we were still in Redcliffe. Is it just like I found that item? I wasn't supposed to find it. The game wasn't supposed to give it to me. And then if you reload any save after that, you're just not gonna get it. Is that what happens? Like, does it just get removed from your inventory because it's a forbidden item? What? Come on. It has to be here. It's not here. But we have the footage. We have the footage so we can prove to people that I got that item. We can prove that I got it. So even though for some reason when I reload I don't have it anymore, I know I had it. I know I had it when I was in Redcliffe. Wow, okay. This is a very interesting mystery and hopefully we're gonna solve it. I'm gonna definitely post on Reddit about it. Maybe someone else has also found this item before. Because this is fascinating. It's just gone. It's just gone even in an earlier save when I should absolutely 100% have it. Wow. Anyway, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here, being witnesses to the jewelry box incident. And I'll see you next time. We will try to figure this stuff out together. Maybe we'll figure out what that jewelry box was. And in any case, we're going to figure out, can you beat Dragon Age Origins without any level ups? So far, it was okay. And then we reached Orzammar and I got my ass kicked. So it's probably not okay anymore. But we'll see. Okay. I'll see you next time. Bye. Hope you have a nice day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is at your time. I am going to have a nice sleep now.